Yo, yo. Someone's watching me on Twitch. How's it going, Twitch viewer? I'm a F-list, vegan, all the stuff lying across the bottom of the screen. Got any questions? Feel free to pop them into the comments. Otherwise, I'm just playing Fortnite until questions come in, so... Oh, I hear gunfire. I have no clue where it is because my headset's not plugged in. That way. Fuck, where's everybody in this goddamn game? I just want to fight somebody, but I kind of want to fight somebody on my own turf. I don't want to go to that. Well, lift that guy up. Yo, what's up, Kaz? How's it going? Maybe he'll come fight me up here. Probably not. Oh shit, what was that? Someone threw a teleporter. It's nothing. I'm perfectly safe. But I am gonna move position. Fuck. Yo, how's it going?
Yo, man. Yeah, not too bad, bro. Keeping on somehow. You know how it is, but
That's awesome.
you know. Yeah, man. Just honestly, like looking forward to when I can check out. You know, because it's just like when you've had enough of it, kind of you just like fuck,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But yeah, just fucking turn it off, man. Switch it off.
You planning to switch it off, so to speak, anytime soon, or are you planning to push it on like I think we ought to do, in terms of like ethicalism and antinatalism?
Well, I'm considering some of what you said, but kind of like thinking about what Ethel Blaze said when he was just like, yo, you don't need to put yourself through torture and shit. You can just literally like post your argument somewhere and just get people to, do you know what I mean? Like people will come across your arguments, they'll just be there like in a digital form of some sort, and then whether it's on social media, whether it's on YouTube or whatever, and yeah, you can just get the fuck out of it.
Do you think perhaps we ought to book or something of that nature before we do that, just because we aren't going to be very popular with our messages, and so
Yeah.
if we exit before we like do something like concrete, like writing a book,
Mm.
the algorithm essentially will try to like not really censor us per se, but in a way it will like like keep us like down in the algorithm. We'll never get on like a front page or something like that,
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, man. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, that is true, man. That's true. I know what you're saying.
I mean, I respect Ethel Blaze's work quite a bit. He was a good man.
Yeah.
People insult him like for saying like the woman downstairs and stuff. When he's talking about that, he's talking about like hypothetical pocket dimension and that, like things like and like now like not in real world it would be bad to like push people off of like off of buildings and stuff. But in terms of like pocket dimension, where it's just a pregnant lady, and like letting gravity do its good old thing, I can't say he's wrong. So,
Oh man, nah, I just take it as like dark humor, to be honest. Like, obviously, no one's gonna actually do that shit, but
yeah, exactly.
it's just dark humor, innit?
Yeah, but there's people out there that are, like straight up speaking wrong of the dead and shit, just being like insulting him and like saying.
Oh yeah, there's that guy who's called like the antinatalist zone or something, antinatalism zone.
Yeah,
Like,
that fucker.
Yeah, what a weird guy, man. Like, why would you do that? Like, after someone's just checked out, it just seems kind of wrong to me, like, and to a lot of people. I think he's not all there though, in the whole noodle. I don't think his noodle's all there.
Oh yeah, you're probably right. I mean, anybody that's gonna target people who are dead of all people instead of people who are like alive and can make an argument, they're not at all there.
Yeah, he's like saying all this like shit to do with his ethnicity as well. It's just like, come on, bro.
Wait, are you saying like racist shit too?
Yeah, he was like something about eating curry or something. Like, I was just like, fuck no, man.
Goddamn, curry's pretty good though.
Yeah. I know, right? You know what though? My neighbour's like proper racist at the moment. And he just had a tirade the other day, man, and like it was messed. It was some really vile shit came out of his mouth. Disgusting.
Move positions. That guy definitely saw me. Well, he felt my bullets colliding with his side. That's for sure.
Yeah, you on Fortnite?
Yeah.
Yeah, see. I was on that the other day. Good.
I'm not a big fan of Fortnite, but the newest update is quite nice. They have like samurai swords as well as like Star Wars blades out, and it's quite fun being able to at people with like a fucking samurai blade and then just like fucking force pull them at you and just slap the shit out of them.
Yeah, I got fucked up by someone with that saber thing. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of first-person shooters or especially third-person shooters. But when it comes down to it, being able to just dick around with a blade, that's fun.
Yeah.
Especially when other people are shooting at you. It's like
has it got like some Star Wars shit on it now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They do like partnerships with people. Oh, that fun.
Yeah. What was that all about? That Star Wars? Was it like some anniversary of it or something?
Yeah, I think so.
Cool.
They do it. I think it was for the May 4th. Like May the 4th be with you.
Yeah, that's it.
Ooh, that fucker. Absolutely.
Wait, May the 4th. So it's like.
I
was thinking like no. Yeah, man. They've done this coronation thing with the king over here in the UK. Like, I don't know, pledging their allegiance to the king or some shit. Like, it's a bit dodgy. Like,
Yeah, I don't support the monarchy. I'm an American, so we have bad history with the monarchy. But when it comes down to it, yeah, anything when it comes to monarchy is just kind of like a form of class slavery, I guess, in a way. It's like,
yeah. I think that cosmic skeptic guy was saying like it's kind of like God like dictated it or something. Like, I think that is true. Like, apparently God spoke to the king or something and said, "You're the king," or some shit. Like back in the day, like
Christian bullshit. That's
yeah, like
dude.
you the boss man, basically. Oh,
Dad said I'm in charge.
yeah.
I get my turn on the Xbox.
Fuck you.
Uh,
They proper fuck with each other, the monarchy. Like, there's that woman that's with Prince Harry, and she gets a lot of shit from them. Like, Kate something. Don't know if you know.
I'm not too aware of anything outside of U.S. news. Like, I kind of am, but like not in terms of like names very much.
Yeah, no worries. I can't remember the fucking name. Yeah. Yo, it's weird that like like Gary Amendum.
Yeah, I was on this live stream earlier today. That's funny.
Nah, it's because I remember coming across him ages ago, and like I was like, "Oh, yo, you seen this guy?" Like, yeah, that guy's a bit off his rocker and shit. That guy's like, whatever. And it's weird that I came back to his videos like years later when I left uni, and I was like, "Holy shit!" I'm actually listening to what the guy's actually saying, and it's weird that he's actually right though, about like humanity and shit. Like a lot of the shit he says. But,
I know, right?
Yeah.
Just the human condition and all that jazz. It's like you're not aware of it until like it unfortunately just like slaps you in the face one day.
Yeah.
Like, damn.
Yeah. Exactly. Fucking hell.
It really does slap you in the face.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it slaps everyone in the face. That's the thing, right? Even if you see someone and they look like they're doing good and they might be really good looking or whatever, and they're really successful, or eventually some bad news will come their way, and it's just the nature of life and nature of existence, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's almost like a paradox being alive, because it's like you're alive and you got these drives to, feel good about live. It feels good, but then just the universe doesn't give a shit, literally.
Hey man, people say love is a gift. Fuck that shit. Love just took me and then gave me feelings and then bent me over with those feelings.
Yeah. I know, man. And it kind of like sucks you into like wanting to live more and shit, and it's like it's kind of a trick, man.
There we go. Ooh, what's that? That's something gold. I like gold. Gold reminds me of the inquisitions of my past lives. Just kidding, I don't believe it.
Shit.
Really, I'm always going to crack some dark American jokes, related to our imperialist past.
Yeah, Yo, every country's got some dodgy shit behind them, man. every single country, man.
Oh yeah, that's true. He's gonna probably run away from me if he's. I don't know. I wouldn't say smart, because if he's really smart, he would shoot
Yo,
me.
this is some ironic music to be playing in the background for like an FLS stream, bro.
I know, right? It's just like real pop.
They're all fucked.
See, I like chill music, you know.
Yeah, no, it's chill, man. Very chill.
Yeah, Star Wars, especially in Christmas, made of rubber says. Yeah, not gonna lie, I don't know why is that actually. Do you know why Star Wars has a connection to Christmas?
No, I really have no fucking idea, bro. I know that Survivor game came out. Jedi, something Survivor. Probably doing it for that.
Survivor's pretty good.
Yeah. I've got that other one before that. That's pretty good.
Fallen Order is something that came out recently, I think. Also, I haven't played Fallen Order.
Yeah, that's one I got.
I'm the guy. Well, I thought that would really do damage to him, but it really didn't.
Yeah.
That's good.
Do you know that channel called Ignorance is Bliss? Do you know that guy? He's like Australian or something, I think, by his accent. Or New Zealand, I'm not sure.
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah. But he was having a bad day basically, and he made a video saying I'm thinking of calling it quits.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. He recently just posted a shot, and he's got like a big canister of some sort of inner gas, I'm guessing. He's like saying this is the ultimate black pill.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, you saw that, yeah.
I don't know if he's gonna carry it out, but I mean, if he does, good for him. But at the same time, it's like I don't know, man. It's like he said, anybody in the anti-natalist community, I think, has like a duty, is because I'm a negative utilitarian, so I think we have a duty to reduce suffering and prevent suffering if we can.
Right, yeah. I think thingy, you know, Blaze, when he was on a podcast with Amanda, yeah, she goes to him like, what you kind like, you like accepting AN and Ethelism and stuff. It's like a rare understanding, she said to him.
Basically, and it has so much value in it when it's being spread.
Yeah. I think one problem is it's not really a problem. I think it's cool. Like I think it's cushy, but a lot of people are just like, you know, these breeders, like fuck these breeders and shit. Like, I know where it's coming from, but I think sometimes like procreators like see that and they're like, oh, they like having a go at us or something.
Yeah, a lot of them will just be like, oh, these people are negative and calling for death and stuff like that. Like,
yeah.
It's like, no, we're not necessarily doing that, but we are honest with what it does mean to be a negative utilitarian. It's like, because people will call us out in the academic square, like, they'll be like, this is what your view implies, and you're lying about it and being like, no, this is not what our view implies, and then some academic goes like, this is what it implies, then we just kind of like idiots. So it's like, we don't honestly be like, hey, like in a pocket dimension, fuck you, bitch, you're a murderer. So
yeah. Like I had a Christian mate, and I was talking to him about antinatalism, and I said I was like basically saying it's kind of a solution to the suffering on the planet. You know, if you could, you know, you can't do it. Obviously, it's like very hard to get this. But imagine if you just, I don't know, got in got control of the government megaphone, and you were just like, "Oh, we should just do AN guy. We should stop," and like just pretended to be the prime minister or something. Like,
ChatGPT.
yeah. Like you could just stop it, but he's like saying like, "Oh, you want to kill people though, cuz you're saying that everyone should die," and I'm like, "No, man, it's not saying that. How do you?" No, it's just saying that we should be the last people who die, basically, who have to die, and then
Pretty much.
just leave it.
Non-existence is better than existence, as David Benatar says, and so it's like death is not a good thing in and of itself, but it is a good in the sense that like it transitions us into non-existence, and
Yeah.
and we should be the last ones to do the suffering on Earth. Basically, I mean, there are other ethicist arguments for like a long-term extinction, stuff like that, but I don't really buy into them just because I feel like, yeah, we should be the last generation. There's no point of bringing other people into this hellhole to try to extinct animals when we have like nukes and stuff and could do it in one day.
Yeah. I agree when he says as well, like, before you come into existence, like, you don't have an interest in coming into existence, but then once you exist, you kind of have an interest in, like, seeing the next day and the next day and keep on living. You've got all these, meanings or whatever in your life that you're, like, keeping alive and shit.
Have you ever heard of identity nihilism?
No.
Identity nihilism is basically the idea that there's no continued sense of self, and that the idea of talking about a self or like an I is kind of an illogical, like it's basically an illusion created. I'm an identity nihilist, so I basically think that promortalism is kind of an obligation unless we can prevent more suffering than imposing on one person. Because I basically think that we're like imposing on future versions of ourselves, essentially.
Yeah. Like whatever this consciousness thing is, it's kind of like the same thing at base, just in different, like slightly different genetic variations and shit.
Basically, like it's just our genes are just constantly changing a little bit. We were constantly taking in new memories and new experiences, which alters who we are as a human being. We're not the same person we were 5 years ago, just as like if you've had any opinion shifts or new experiences, you aren't the same person you were and be like a couple hours ago,
Yeah.
Opinion. Someone is in this room with me, and I am a little nervy.
Everyone always brings up Buddhism, like when they're just talking about existence and shit. Like I get it though, because it talks about it like at length. But I remember hearing this. It was like some like sayings of what Buddha said basically back in the day when he was alive. But at the end bit was the most interesting because this philosopher who was saying it, narrating it all, he gave like a summarization of what Buddhism was like, trying to sum up what he was trying to get across and stuff. And he said basically like, according to Buddhism, like this self is some sort of a illusion, something like that. And it's kind of one thing that creates the illusion is memory and the automatic functions of memory, it says. And also the fact that people like give us a name and then we're treated by other people as though we're like a self or something like that. That's what he said. But obviously attached to Buddhism is all other stuff about, salvation and shit. Like, ain't no salvation here, none that I can see.
Yeah, all that karma stuff in Buddhism is complete horseshit, in my opinion. Their morality system is horseshit. Their idea that suffering is bad is good and accurate, and a lot of their ideas around the sense of self and like the physics and understanding of like how everything's connected That's pretty accurate in terms of like them just being like guessing at life. I guess they kind of just guessed right.
Right. Yeah.
But outside of that, yeah, all that karma bullshit. It's just like, nah, man. Jeff Bezos is a piece of fucking shit, and he's like doing the best on earth. And it's like, no, there ain't no karma here.
Yeah. Yeah. Like for what we like put animals through, man, we go through some serious fucking karma, man. Like one thing I was thinking though about karma, if it were to be real, it should happen like instantly. The instant you kind of do something, or like even as you're doing it, like a bad action, you should experience the negativity like on yourself at the same time. So then you wouldn't be able to like go around and like hurt anyone. Kind of. I don't know.
You know, that makes sense. Yeah, that way you can like really feel the consequences of your action as you do it, instead of like down the line and just randomly kind of occurs, and it's like, oh well, I might have forgotten why I even should deserve that karma to begin with, you know?
Yeah.
So you feel it.
Yeah.
So if karma is a thing, guys, it's just a really bullshit system. Whoever designed the karma needs to be fired, and you give me their position. I will make a proper karma system, and my boy Kaz will help out.
Yeah, man.
At God.
But now, a lot of people on here though, like a lot of people though, no, not a lot, but some people, they keep coming back to this idea that there's some sort of a creator, and it's like, I don't know, like it matters somehow. They're like, oh, there must be a god. There must be a god, like who created all of this. I'm like,
I think it's just scary to imagine a world without a god, especially even for me, because like generic subjective continuity is like a thing that like doesn't require spiritualism. And
yeah.
I don't know if you've heard of that, but it's basically the idea that like we will get reincarnated to some extent, so long as it's like another world.
Yeah.
And it's like I'd maybe rather there be a god and just like have it something like mainland where it's just like God committed suicide, and then it's just like that's the end, you know?
Yeah. God, fucking hell. Yeah, no, what used to come into my head was like, oh, there must be some ultimate like thing to get to in this in life, like, but fucking ain't, man. There ain't, like, I don't think, and I think that's always gonna fuck with people. Like they think like life's about something, or like it's got like a inherent purpose attached to it. Like Menden says, like it doesn't go anywhere. You know what I mean? But people keep thinking it's going somewhere. Like it's gonna go to some singularity. We're all gonna go into singularity and like have a great time or something. Like, nah.
Like, I don't know if you've watched Do Not Watch before, but he always assumes that like humanity is gonna get to the point where like we get to transhumanism and we're no longer suffering and we can become like benevolent space Star Wars guys just going around Death Star planets and stuff. And I'm like, nah, bro, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, nah. See, I think what all this is just because like the brain got switched on, and now this brain's just put in this like material world, this universe, and it can think philosophically and stuff like that, and it's just gonna come up with all this shit, like. But if we're honest about it, we just look at it, it's just like this is not going anywhere good, that's for sure. Like,
100% no.
Yeah.
Tiptoeing around extinction, just trying to test our luck, and it's not gonna go anywhere good.
Yeah. So hopefully, I don't know what you think about this, but I think hopefully no one launches any nukes.
Oh, I agree. People that say, I hope there's going to be World War III, they're dum-dums. If we completely were to purposely nuke the planet, that's fine, because we can do it right. But if we do it in style of warfare, we're just going to wipe out civilization. We're not going to extinct all life on Earth, and things are just going to suffer for a few thousand more years until the star burns out, you know?
Well, it's going to be like Fallout 3 with bottle caps.
Basically. It's like, I don't know if people have played Fallout. It's fun for the person on the other side of the screen, but I imagine if you're living in Fallout, it's quite horrible. So
I've seen some of them toilets, man. I don't want to be in that. Right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like no thanks. Even if things are becoming mutated and there are no zombies, I'd rather not like die of radiation poisoning and have to like scavenge for food and like shit like that. It's like no point.
Gosh, no, man. Just kill me then. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Do you know my opinion on pro-mortalism? Yeah. Maybe you're right. Like, just keep trying to spread the message a bit more. Just prevent more people coming into this absurdity. Like, that would be a positive. But I kind of think though, with death, basically, people should ideally have their methods with them, like now, basically, or as soon as they can possibly get their hands on them. But I don't think most people have thought seriously about death and dying and like all the different ways you can die and the statistics of like the most common ways people die and stuff like that, and all the possibilities. Like Benatar says, like Russian roulette. We're in a game of Russian roulette, essentially, when we've been born. And yeah, suicide just has this bad, kind of bad vibe attached to it. But
yeah, I mean, I think suicide is good for the person who dies every time. Like, I mean, I have a friend that committed suicide not too long ago, and I think it's good that they exited, especially for themselves.
Right.
Because they have had an immense amount of pain in their life.
Right. Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, they're also like a really, really good person who was charitable and ran like a soup kitchen with their parents and stuff, and they were just generally like a really good person. And probably could have done a lot for like the antinatalist community because they were an antinatalist. They weren't a pro-mortalist, and I don't think they were an ethicist either. Okay. But they were an antinatalist of sorts. So it's just kind of like they could have done a lot of good for the world, but unfortunately, I mean, they decided to exit, which is
Hello from the other side of the world, sir. I want to say hello to everyone. How you doing, sir?
Yo.
Doing okay in a subjective way. How are you doing?
I'm good, sir. I just got back from my university campus. Both of your yard looks dope. See, my yard is haunted. See, no light. It looks like haunted. See, no light, no electricity. I use like mobile phone light. I'm serious. No power in our campus. Seriously. No power.
Watch out for ghosts and ghouls.
I'm not drunk. I'm just drinking water.
I believe you.
I got famous. I got famous on TikTok like accidentally, 100K, and friend of mine, she told me you should start YouTube. I said, man, how could I start YouTube? Because I got no time. I'm studying most of the time, because my content is like, I don't know why people like my content on TikTok. I just do random stuff, because I'm honest. I'm good boy. I don't drink. I don't smoke. No drugs. I study hard. I got good grades. But hold on. The light is gone. Hold on. Let me get the other light. Sir, sorry, sir. Just let me see. The light is off. The power is off. I swear to God, I'll be back in a second.
No, right, shit.
Okay. I did not expect that. But hey, at least random people are stumbling across my channel. That's a good thing.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. Yeah, you know that ignorance is bliss. He showed like a canister of his thingy, but thing is, right? I'm planning to go by the same method, but my canister's like a lot smaller, so I'm just like. But I think I read the Peaceful Pill handbook, and I think it is the right size basically, even though it's small.
I'm American, so there's plenty of ways we can go here. So in other words, you just.
Sir, I'm from the other side of the world. I don't live in I'm not from States. You guys from America, are you?
Yeah, I am.
Oh wow, that's great. I've been to Florida. I've been to Orlando in this place called Disneyland. Disneyland.
Yeah, it's not.
But you know what? I will never go to Miami. I swear to God. There was a girl. She approached me. I said, "Listen, ma'am, She said, "Why are you calling me, ma'am? I'm probably the same age as you in 20s." I said, "Okay, don't get offended, right?" She was like a model. She was like model. I swear to God, I didn't know like what the heck is OnlyFans. She said, "I'm OnlyFans model." I said, "What you on about? What's OnlyFans?" I swear to you, she said she makes million. I said, "I don't care. It's a sin. It's a sin. God send you to do some good stuff. Do act of kindness." I'm not a preacher. I don't pray, but I believe in positivity. Because this is negative energy the girl's doing on crazy stuff on TikTok. Hold on, let me turn off the meter.
I mean, perhaps, but what makes it bad, though? I mean, it's out there. Yes, it's taboo, but what makes, say, pornography and/or just being highly extroverted and attention hoary itself?
If OnlyFans is like a modified version of you're right, actually, it's not like a pornography. It's like a girl that's showing too much, actually.
Yeah.
So I told her, why are your parents? Where are your parents? You're doing such kind of things. She said, "Well, I left home when I was 18." I said, "Why me? Why me? Why are you chasing me? I'm just a tourist in your country." You know what I mean? So I tried to change her life, but she said she's suffering from mental illness and anxiety and depression. I said, "Believe me or not, I suffered anxiety big time than you, but I'm not doing crazy stuff like you." You know what I mean? So I tried to change her mind. I said, "Well, you live in States. You can start Amazon business. People making good money on TikTok. People making good money on Amazon, like a side hustle. You can but these girls, I know they're making. I swear to God, if I'm not wrong, I mean that's what I heard. They're making thousands of dollars. Probably, I don't know. I won't be surprised if they're making millions. But I said, well, I won't go to. Oh no, because you know why she came after me? Because she knew I'm a good choreographer. I know video. Like them DSLR cameras. Them, like I learned the DSLR cameras and video editor. So I said, okay. So you want me to do edit? I said, I would never do video editing for you. I'm sorry. But she said, oh, we could be good friends. I'll be visiting London. I said, no, please don't come. My parents will kick me out. No, I don't want you. This is crazy. I swear to God. TikTok is madness, full madness. And then they drop the link. Oh, I'm an OnlyFans model. I said, holy moly, girl. Seriously? And they're like, some are 16, 17. I mean, I said, man, I'm done. Probably I need a break from TikTok and all these social media sites. I'll be focusing on my college. That's it. But sorry, sir. You may continue. I'm talking too much. I'm sorry.
No, that's right.
All right, bro.
The other day, I uploaded a prank video. It got 400k views, and it was just it wasn't a prank. I swear to God, it was an act of kindness. I just got McDonald's for. I saw this lady. She was like literally shivering. It was cold in London, And I bought it. I said, listen, it's like £3 meal, right? One for me, one for you. So I got 3 pounds extra. So you keep it. And I said, well, I'll video and I will try to spread positivity. Want you to let people not only think about yourself, try to help others as well, you know. And it got 400K view. I thought, holy moly, what if my mom or my dad is gonna say? Because they asked me to stay away from TikTok, study hard, because I was supposed to be at home, you know, not staying at campus. But my parents were angry because I'm still TikTok. I thought it was probably my sister might have told my mom, "Oh, mommy, he was still using TikTok." You know what I mean? My parents are strict. I swear to God. I'm not going to be 19. My parents are still strict. That's a good thing, not a bad way. I'm saying, because look, they're watching, you know. So I said, okay, mom, I won't use TikTok. I will be focusing on studies. You know, I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. You should say. You want to say?
Are you planning to have children yourself?
Sorry.
Are you planning to have children yourself?
Yeah. So basically, my dad, he installed something on my phone earlier, but I dropped my phone, so my phone was like, I don't know. My dad said, because someone, my dad's friend told him, like, you know, these social media sites, they are not for young people. They should be studying hard, you know, like focusing on other stuff. So I mean, I got massive following, you know, on TikTok.
Well, unfortunately, I decided to remove him. He wasn't answering my questions, and I don't believe him. His earlier statement of him saying he wasn't drunk. I think he was drunk.
Yeah.
Not that there's any problem with being drunk, but when you become kind of a nuisance that / socially inept or inebriated, that's when it kind of becomes a little bit problematic.
Yeah.
At least
Does he even know that? Like, one sec. Does he even know what theme this stream is? Like,
no, he just randomly popped in here. I think he was probably just scrolling through the live streams, and I think just happened to be like, "Oh shit, I can join one," and did that. I don't think he has a fucking clue what euphemism is or antinatalism.
Nah, probably not.
If you're watching me, guy, we're basically here talking about ethics, not TikTok. The ethics of TikTok is it's a distraction from the real duty, which is to remove suffering. The only aspect of TikTok that's useful is it can be a platform to spread information, and there are antinatalists on TikTok. I just don't want to go on that platform. It's just toxic, so it's like one of the few ones that I won't go on is TikTok and like Vine. I don't know if Vine is still a thing.
No, Vine was cool. But
I would totally go on Vine. Maybe it's funny, but at the same time, I can't get into that stuff.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man.
I'm gonna bring my laptop with me, and I'm gonna go outside for a moment.
Oh, what's your shirt say, man?
Vasectomies prevent abortions.
Yeah.
I'm pro-abortion, but I live in a state with like a lot of people who are Christian and stuff like that, so it's like, and I like do a lot of pro-life abortion stuff. So it's like I have a sign that says abortion is an act of love, and then I have this shirt which says vasectomies prevent abortions. So that way I'm covering all the bases. Like if you get a vasectomy, and that way you can prevent abortions. But if you have to get an abortion, get an abortion. That's what I say.
I know what you're saying, man. I was talking to my dad today, and I was asking him like, "Why do you believe in like religion and that?" And he's like, "Oh, because it's true." And he was saying like you have to do some kind of devotional thingamajig to kind of get out of the cycle of birth and death or something. Like, that's basically what the belief is in like all these Indian religions, and but then they never talk about just not having, not reproducing basically. You always want to reproduce. So I think antinatalism like kind of just cuts through all this like spiritual development shit, and it's just like, nah, just don't create the physical like thing in the first place, I think that's kind of it.
Yeah, antinatalism. Are you an ephealist, by the way, or are you just an antinatalist?
I think I'd say ephealist because I just think the animals are kind of like similar to us in that, like their like ability to be harmed and that, and ability to suffer. And I just think like where we can, we should try and eliminate the the recycling of the suffering through like how it like reproduces itself kind of.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like
Yeah.
evolution, just a cycle of birth and death and tearing each other apart.
Yeah.
Take something else's energy into your own, and then fuck something, and then create that energy inside you as a little mini you, and birth that out. It's mutations, and the cycle continues. So I know what you mean.
Yeah.
So you're pro intervening in nature then? Like you think we have an obligation to intervene in nature to some extent or another?
Oh yeah, man. But I get why a lot of people don't want to do that because they think like, don't disturb the balance and like our nature's fine-tuned to like do this, and there's some significant life's got some deeper significance to it or some like that. But when you just look at the cost being paid by all the individual organisms and the rewards they get, it doesn't add up. And yeah, man, they're conscious. We're conscious, right? They're conscious. We're made of this fleshy stuff. Like these are the sentient mammals are made out of this fleshy stuff. So it's kind of the same if we get hit by a dagger, they get hit by a dagger. Like it's going to be the same kind of subjective experience going on. So I think that's why it's important to be like ephealist, not just antinatalist.
I 100% agree, and unfortunately, yeah, there are a bunch of people that are similar to like veganism, where it's like there's a lot of vegans out there who like ignore wildlife suffering, and there's a lot of antinatalists who ignore wildlife suffering and don't think we have an obligation to interfere. Which, if you think about it, it's basically just, I forget what there's a bystander effect law that happened because like some girl was like raped and murdered, and like 20 something people like heard it going on, and everybody just assumed someone else would help out, or that it wasn't their problem.
Yeah.
And now they have laws against being a bystander because of that trial. And it's just like, you would think people would realize that they're just being a bystander. Like they're essentially, inaction is an action. Like allowing something to occur is an action. It's a cardinal sin of even Christianity. It's called sloth. Sloth can be neglecting duties to help other people or prevent bad things from happening.
Yeah.
So it's like even in religion, like this inaction thing that's going on all over, people just allow bad things to happen. It's disgusting to me. It's just like So yeah, there's something fundamentally wrong with like baseline antinatalism and baseline veganism, where it ignores the wildlife suffering and doesn't think humans have a duty to intervene.
Yeah, I think people just see so much of this going on. Suffering, whether it's on the news, whether it's on watching a wildlife documentary or something, that they just kind of desensitize themselves. They kind of switch off. Like they just think, "Oh my God, this massive tragedy is going on around me, but I can't do anything about it." So, but then, ethalists are kind of saying that maybe there is something we can do about it, and we should try and do something about it.
Yeah, and it's like even if you can only do a little bit, it's better than nothing. It's like even if we can't meet our main goal of extincting all life, just preventing like a small portion of like a percentile of beings from coming into existence is still a win. It's better than nothing.
Yeah.
How's it going,
Yeah.
Seb?
It's going fine.
It's a
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing all right on the subjective level.
that was a very philosophical way to answer the question.
That's how I always answer it. You know, I was like, it's either I'm doing good but objectively bad, or it's like I'm doing fine but objectively bad, or it's just like I'm pretty aligned with like objectivity today, guys, and that's not cool. You know, it's like things are shit.
Yeah.
But today I'm doing pretty all right. So on the subjective point of view, I feel fine.
Hmm. You know, one big reason I was thinking for like anti-natalism and like atheism, like argument for it, is just like basically how serious it can get for like any individual, just by like chance, just by like unforeseen circumstances or whatever even. And it can just get so serious, like they can get like harmed in a very graphic manner, and it can just be so serious that it's beyond like it, if it was on a scale of 1 to 10, it would like go off the fucking scale and you wouldn't be able to measure it anymore. And I'm just thinking that is so bad, like when it happens, that you could make the argument that yeah, this sort of thing should never even exist in the first place because of that. Now, I give one example. There was this guy. There's this rap group called Pro Era, and there was this guy in it called Capital Steez, and he was like a rapper in it. And he like a mental illness hit him or something like that, and he would just one day said to his friends like, oh, "I'm gonna kill myself," and they're like, "Nah, don't do it, bro." And he's like, "Nah, I'm gonna kill myself." And then he just walks home from the party, goes to like. Ends up going to the top of his recording studio, which is like a skyscraper in Manhattan, and he just goes on his Facebook or something and his Twitter, I think, and he types in the end, and then he just jumps off the fucking skyscraper. And that is just like so, like in terms of like degrees of badness, that is just so fucking bad for that to happen to someone. That yeah, we should never perpetuate this sentence thing, man.
Pretty much. It's
Christ
just
isn't
like,
worth it.
Yeah, there's a high damage potential for bringing someone in the world. One is gambling with everything, really. It's like rolling the dice. And not only a few things, one is rolling the dice on every single bad thing that could happen.
Yeah.
basically, it's like what in our life is, as Mendham always says, it's like what is so special in our lives as to worth that person jumping off a building, you know? Because it's like
Yeah.
when we have a child, it's like statistically some of them are going to end up being exactly like that person that jumped off the building, you know? So it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know how people's brains process things. Like, honestly, I had a friend, such acquaintance, that got pregnant a few months back. Thankfully, from a philosophical point of view, it's unfortunate for her, and I understand that. But she miscarried. But I was telling her that she should get an abortion, and I was telling her like months beforehand about like antinatalism and all that type of stuff. Like, so she knew about it beforehand. And then she got pregnant. She was Christian. I mean, is Christian. So like in her mind, it was just like a blessing from the Lord and all that type of stuff. And I'm like, you're risking your child going to hell, blah blah blah, and like it's unconsensual and unnecessary to have a child. And I mean, like, I don't know why people do that. I don't know why people look at it as like a gift. Like, I mean, she acted like she acted like this child was already like aware of itself and stuff, and like she was like imagining its future and stuff like that, and it's just like it's like I don't know why people are willing to subject beings to suffering just for like their own selfish little imaginary things like play pretend.
Yeah, I know. They're just doing their biological instincts, though, right? If you kind of think of it, it's like it's just like how happy like women get when they give birth to their child. They're like, oh, and then they take these pictures and they're like, oh, here's my little man. Like, yeah, it's just very hard to like get through to someone and say, yo, even with all that, yeah, and all these butterfly feelings, it's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Like,
I don't know, man. Like the mindset of people that have children also is just like super toxic. Like she had that when she was pregnant and having that child. Like basically she got pregnant from a guy that was like a really fucking douchebag. Like he was like abusive and stuff. Like strangled her cat to death. Now he's going to prison or whatever for a couple of years. So he was a douchebag. He's a bad guy, good guy. And she's completely like cool with having his child, and I was just like, yo, you're gonna grow up single, abusive, like, having the genes of like some psychopath like in you, and you're willing to have this child brought into the world, and why? Like, there's no good for that. It's not good for the kid. It's not good for you. It's not good for anybody else. And I just try to talk her out of it as much as possible, but
yeah.
I mean, in the end, it miscarriage, and like but when she was having Kayed, she was just like, Quentin's never gonna see my kid ever. Like, I'm gonna keep him away from him, and he's gonna hate himself and blah blah blah. I'm like, she's just weaponizing this kid that's not even born into the world yet. And then it died, but I mean, in the womb. But like, still, it's like you're literally like, it's like you're weaponizing a kid before it's even born, imagining like using it as like a weapon against the father emotionally.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, he's a piece of shit, but like, like you should never like look at your kid like a tool in that sense. Like, I don't fucking know. People are just disgusting overall.
I know. Do Not Watch gets into it a lot about how disgusting we are as a species. A lot of his videos, he does that kind of voice. He's got some voice that does all the talking, but it gets in deep, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I watched his part of his. I'm gonna finish it later. One of his newer videos, and yeah, it gets into like how people are basically like all psychopaths and sociopaths, and I've been suspecting that for a long time because like I have a lot of psychopathic tendencies and traits, and I'm just like, as I go about like life, I notice like, a lot of people have like things that I have, but like keep to myself, like, but they just like keep like let it slip for once in a while, and I'm like,
yeah,
I'm like, you all are basically just fucking pro-social psychopaths, and like because you're pro-social, people just let it slide. I'm like, what the fuck? There's very few benevolent people in the world, basically.
And sometimes there are benevolent people, but they don't see what the real answer for things is basically.
And that's what even makes it really tragic, because like even though they are nice people and would want to help people, they unintentionally cause harm by like having children and like increasing people's lifespans, which perpetuates their harm for longer and their own suffering. And it's just like there's all these unintentional harms that come about from quote unquote benevolent like actions that it's like
there's this girl in my uni, and she was like an environmentalist, and she was like you know what I mean? Like promoting environmentalism and stuff, but they don't realize, like, actually, when you see what is going on to individual creatures and animals in the wildlife and nature, the real answer is this shit needs to go extinct, and it needs to go extinct as soon as possible, man. Like for everyone's sake, really. Like they kind of have this idea that, like, oh, species went extinct, like, oh, it's really sad, and we should not let this happen. But it's like, nah, man, that's kind of good for the future of that species.
Yeah, we were talking about. I'm so glad that I went to college as a philosophy major, but I also kind of hate it at the same time. But I've had some fun discussions in class. Like last class, we discussed natural law essentially, and like we were basically talking about like how natural law theorists believe in like extinction's a bad thing because it's like unnatural or whatever. And we were talking about like objections to it or whatever. And we brought up the idea that like there is no such thing as like a mind of nature. Like nature doesn't have a consciousness essentially.
Yeah.
But a lot of people do view nature as like having a consciousness, and I think it's like a flawed mindset to view nature as having a consciousness. Like there is no consciousness of Homo sapiens being all like, we must go on, brother humans. Just as there's no like universal consciousness of goldfish being like, swim, fellow brothers, we must eat the food. You know, but people are out there quite literally like, no, like acting there's like species universal consciousnesses like willing themselves to go on. And I think if we can get rid of that mindset, it'll help.
Yeah.
And we also have to get rid of the mindset that like animals are just tools, because like a lot of people view them as just like things we admire and are like art essentially. Like art isn't inherently good, and they view like species diversity is inherently good because it's like cool to look at and like admire. And if we can get rid of that mindset from people, I think it would also help with the promoting extinction. But it's just hard to remove those.
I was talking to a friend actually. It has somewhat to what you were saying, that one views animals as art, even even an animal's demise is viewed as art in nature documentaries. There would never be like a nature documentaries narrated by David Attenborough about a woman being robbed in like Brooklyn or something. That would never happen. They would never do something like that, but they would do but they are doing like chase footage of a zebra running away from a lion.
Yeah.
And stuff, and those things are both are pretty bad. Yeah.
What, even the woman in New York?
Yeah, it's an example of how people view. It's just an example of how people view animals as less important as humans.
Yeah, and if something bad was happening,
that they have this like nature documentary with cinematic music, but they would never have like a documentary about women being robbed in Brooklyn with cinematic music while like the cameraman does nothing to intervene.
That would be kind of funny as shit. But yeah, I mean, honestly, if you think about it, that's basically what people on TikTok are doing these days. So
Homo sapiens, rather the Homo sapiens. None of the Homo sapiens are helping this woman. Okay.
I guess, yeah, it is frowned upon, but yeah, it is interesting how we don't frown upon just recording animals in natural environments going through absolutely horrible conditions. We just kind of were like watching it, and it's just like the natural. As long as it like have like a nice narrator over it, you know, and it's not like some dude laughing. As long as it's like a narrator, and it's just like the natural world is a brutal place. This lion hasn't found food in 2 weeks. He is starving. Every moment he grows weaker. And it's like, and it's just like, if he doesn't find food soon, he may not last the next week. And it's just like, as long as some narrator says it in some smooth voice, it's just like, oh wow, like
And
nature isn't it wonderful and so complex? Like how like this fight for survival is so marvelous.
I know. Look how interesting it all is.
I think we just found the first bot to watch my channel. In the comment section from Twitch, it says, if you could choose any celebrity to see get tickled, who would it be? Thank you, bot. Very cool. I guess Emma Watson, because goddamn it, you know, why not? Thank you, bot. Very cool. Now back to talking about the end of the world. No.
Oh man.
What the fuck?
Well, you know what? Like when I first started like going through shit, like in terms of suffering and that, going through dark times, I had this impression that most people's lives were decent, right? But it's just me that's going through this fuck shit. And then I came on YouTube and the internet and stuff. I was like, holy shit, this is like a worldwide thing that's going on to like a lot of people, man. Like, and then like, yeah, it just everyone's gonna get a bit of the shit stick at some point. And fucking hell, this is a bad scenario, man. Sentient fucking consciousness coming into existence on this planet, man. It's like tragic as fuck, man. It has its enjoyable parts, but I just think the price that gets paid isn't worth it at all.
Pretty much, we're just meat machines, and all the stuff that we fulfill that does feel good is just pointless for the most part. It's like need that's generated for no reason. It's basically like what we feel good when we hang out for friends and stuff like that, which is great, you know, in the subjective point of view, but really it's just like fulfilling biological urges to like not be lonely. If we could have that feeling of contentment, you know, doing just normally like playing video games and sitting on our couch, you know, like it would be a lot easier and a lot less stress, a lot less like social dynamic stuff going on, you know. So it's like we would obviously choose to like have that feeling without, you know, all the hassle. But, you know, we're programmed evolutionarily speaking to seek out all these things and feel good about it. And, you know, it's good, sure, but as you said, yeah, there's extremely high cost to that. And it's most for a lot of it's an illusion. There's a lot of it's just like fulfilling needs that don't need to be there. And it's just like what is a lot of pleasure is just like relief sensations. I don't know if you've ever held in a piss for like a long time and released it, and you get like that tingle in your whole body. Is just like, oh shit, that feels amazing.
Yeah.
Like some of the best feelings in the world are just relief from negative sensations.
Yeah.
And you know, like I'm sure there might be some pure pleasure sensations out there. I don't know, maybe an orgasm. But even then, an orgasm costs like 500 calories. You know, it's like you burn 500 calories every time you orgasm or something like that.
Yeah.
It's just like that's 500 calories that could have been spent walking up and down the street with a sign that says "Stop having kids," but instead you spent it like busting a nut to big titty anime chicks or something. I don't fucking know. So it's like, So you know, it's like there's always a cost to pleasure, and it's tragic. So
Yeah,
illusion or not, you know.
and it keeps coming back, right? Yeah, technically it's not an illusion, I guess, because it is all like causal mechanisms and shit happening in our bodies and that. But the way it's perceived, like to the individual organism, I think that you could say is like something illusory about that.
Yeah, like the fact
Yeah.
that it's like perceived as pleasurable, or like a positive. The fact that it's perceived as like we're a positive state when you're really just like climbing out of a negative state. I think that's an illusion. Like, you know, the fact that it feels like positive, but really we're just climbing out of a negative. That's what's illusory. I don't deny that it like is a positive sensation, like serotonin and dopamine and stuff like that being released in our
Yeah.
brains. Like, I don't deny that there are like happy chemicals that are like being released, but that are like perceived as positive. But
Yeah.
when it comes to like when they're released, like the released is like times like it's like, oh, you avoided smacking into a tree and it felt really cool to not get smacked by the
Yeah.
tree.
Yeah.
And it's like I dodged the tree, and it's like yeah, you prevented yourself from getting smacked, and the scary moment of almost getting smacked made you feel good. So it's like, you know, it's like all of our psychology is based off of like near misses and like not getting fucked up and like
Yeah.
succeeding and like I got a roof over my head, yay. It's like, well, what is that? If you break that down, it's basically just I'm no longer getting bombarded by the elements, I'm not facing. So it's like
I was
every,
talking. Sorry, go ahead.
oh no, yeah, I was just gonna say everything basically. Most things, if not everything that we consider like pleasurable, is essentially just like climbing out of a negative. But
Yeah.
it does feel good when we climb out of that negative. I don't deny that. So
Yeah. Yeah. I know what you mean. I was talking to this woman on the phone. It was just some like helpline, but I was basically telling her like, all this shit is like bullshit and it needs to go extinct. And we were talking, we were discussing like movies, like action movies and stuff. Like you say, like just dodging bullets and oh shit, you nearly took my head off, but he didn't, and I fucking finally made it to the finish line, the end of the movie, in one piece, and it's like none of that shit needs to like take place. Feeling cool from dodging a bullet or something. It's so stupid, like, but it's in our nature to be like that. Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
yeah, I don't know if we get that adrenaline. I mean, like some of the best experiences I've had are like based off of like fear, like some like fear and triumphing over fear. And people, I mean, it's not good that we have that baked into our psychology. Like one of the funnest drugs that I've ever done is a drug called TPT. It's a psychedelic, but it's known to be the scariest of all psychedelics. But for me, because I'm pretty psychopathic, fear works in kind of like a reverse way. Because psychopaths have like kind of like reverse natural instincts when it comes to things. Like when you see something in fear, most people are just like, oh, like why are you scared? Are you okay? But when a psychopath sees something in fear, it's just like, you're scared of me. Why? And it's just like, and it's more like just like this like despise slash anger slash like hunt instinct that kind of kicks in.
Fucking hell.
So all of our
Yeah.
emotions kind of operate in like, some of them are natural, but a lot of them operate in like reverse when it comes down to it. So sadness and anger and all that stuff operate in weird ways. So yeah, it's interesting. I forgot what I was saying because I'm high, but I had a point what I was about to say.
Nah, it's alright. Maybe I'll come back to you.
Oh, I forgot what I was about to say. Whatever. Either way, being a psychopath is interesting. It makes observing emotions easier to understand because everybody around you thinks differently than you do, and you understand that like you are like if you can understand that you're fundamentally different than everybody else, and you begin to question like, oh, why is it that I like don't find these things disturbing and find them exciting and fun. I think exciting and fun. Yes, TPT. Yes. Um, this is coming back to me for a second. I was talking about DPT. Never mind. I forgot again.
All right.
But yeah, being a psychopath is interesting just because when you experience emotions that are like should be negative, you don't. Like when I was on DPT with a bunch of friends, they were all like freaking the fuck out and like in like the woods because we're walking out around at night and we're tripping balls and like this creepy ass like crazy drug, and they're all like, "Oh God, like the woods is spooky, bro." Whoa. And I'm just here like, yeah, adrenaline rush mode, just like, and
So,
oh yeah, now I know what I was talking about. Yeah, DPT is one of my favorite drugs because the fear sensation that it inspires in me, basically. As we were talking about fear, so basically DPT is a it does a lot of things to you. Like, what have you ever done? Have you ever done psychedelics before?
only shrooms, bro. Like truffles,
Okay.
bro. Like,
Shrooms are awesome. I love shrooms.
yeah.
They're so tranquil and peaceful. And I mean, I've had a bad trip on the shrooms once, but for the most part, shrooms make you feel like really in tune. Like shrooms feel more real than real. DPT though, it feels like a demon energy just like washed over you and like put like weight on your whole body. Like your whole body feels heavy. You have like flashes of hot and cold. Your whole body feels like tense and like loose at the same time. Like, and that's just the physical sensations. Like the visuals are like insane, and like the auditory effects are like insane. And you can basically ego death like really easy on it, but it's pretty much like pure terror. But I fucking love it because like terror doesn't operate the same way in me as it does in other people. It just gets me like really. I get scared, but I also get like really excited, and I get like an adrenaline rush. And when I get that adrenaline rush, just almost like yeah. So like the come down on TPT is just like amazing. Like right once you come out of the ego death, you're just like your adrenaline's like pumping through your veins, like you just like snapped out of like a fucking like interdimensional vortex of like meeting entities and stuff. And you're just like, holy shit, guys, that was fucking awesome. Let's go for a walk. Yeah. And it's just like I love like it is weird. I don't understand why people are addicted to fear and adrenaline and near misses and the whole idea of like triumphing over like things, but it's a weird phenomenon that's baked into the DNA, and I think it's probably just like it makes sense, I guess, from evolutionary like standpoint that we because like there's nothing to triumph over in life besides just like surviving near misses, basically. So.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's crazy.
that was a weird tangent, but I hope it was entertaining at least.
No, it's good. It's good. The time when I hallucinated, though, it was I think I took like Molly, like MDMA, but I smoked a joint with it, and I hadn't slept for ages, like a while, and I sat down on this bench just smoking, and I saw these like fucking spirit like Tyrannosaurus Rex type creatures just grazing grass in the woods, and it seemed real, and I was like,
Bro,
well, you could tell. Yeah, it was a hallucination, but it's just like, whoa, what the hell? Did my brain just create all this shit?
Was it though, bro? I've smoked and I've seen a giant scorpion cross the road before. I mean, I'm just saying maybe we're just pure. Maybe when you smoke THC, you're pure into the past and like in tune with like the Jurassic Age. No, I'm just kidding. But
but bro, this is this brain's ability to hallucinate shit and have these like things go on with it in its perception. This is probably how religions got started and shit, man. Like people just tripping. Yo, I saw a burning bush and it was talking to me and it said some shit. Like, guy probably just had a break in sanity or something. And like,
Can you guys see the comment section? What the fuck is this person talking about? Hey, bro, she said it's
Maybe it could be like it could be that person meant to write a personal DM, but it turned out they wrote it accidentally here instead.
yeah, that
Maybe
might be the case.
it's possible to delete comments such as this might be for the best.
Yeah, well, I don't know how to delete comments. To be fair, we'll
I have an idea actually. I can just spam a bunch of stuff until nobody can see the comment anymore.
that works. E
it's a good idea, man.
E E E E E.
Yeah, there's like I can't do that too much. I'm not allowed to
There we
write
go.
too much comment.
We'll just spam E a couple times. Lord Farquaad would approve. There we go. Me spamming E made my viewer count increase somehow. Based on this amount of comments, it probably was just like triggered something in the algorithm. So like,
One sec. Sneak to the toilet. But
There's something I felt something I felt like saying was that whenever I'm alone or I'm playing guitar or I'm watching a series or just being alone I tend to get less of an awareness that the world is some kind of hellscape, but whenever I'm around other people, my awareness of the world being like an hellscape increases a lot.
yeah, same. Like when I'm in like a bad mood, especially. So like me being in public and being around people when I don't want to be around people, it's just like my mood is just like look at all these fuckers just doing their thing as people in the third world are literally just dying. It's just like. So I understand what you're talking about.
But I meant more like I get awareness that the world as a whole is bad if I'm around other people. Even if the conversation doesn't turn to stuff like antinatalism and such. Because somebody can just bring up something bad that happened to someone, and that is enough to trigger some thoughts that, or more of an awareness that the world is bad.
I mean, yeah, you're definitely right. I have similar things. Just like whenever someone complains about something, I just basically think like, oh, they could have just not been born. Every like, you wouldn't have had that issue if you weren't born, bro. I understand like the mindset of just like every time like I see tragedy on the news, it's just like, well, their parents kind of inflicted that upon them in a way. Like they knew they were gonna die, they just didn't know when. It's like, stuff like that. It's like everything is just like a tragedy that you see when you become like an antinatalist and ethicist, and conversations become littered with tragedy that people don't even realize, and it's isolating. So I understand what you're talking about. it almost feels more lonely to be around other people just because you don't understand like how they cannot feel the same that you feel.
Yeah, about news, like news, new, like the news is like if there was a site with yeah, they're profiting out of misfortunes, just showing all kinds of misfortunes that is happening, and a lot of people are drawn to that. I think it's must be morbid curiosity, and s- and but yeah, but and it doesn't serve much of a purpose to know some unique tragedy that happened, like this person that this person in this particular case got some type of rare disease, and for me it doesn't serve a purpose for me to hear about like any specific kinds of tragedies.
Hmm. I think I kind of agree. But at the same time, Marquis de Sade, a good old horrifying French philosopher. Fuck the French. No offense to any French viewers, but but they have some wild philosophy. But Marquis de Sade, one thing that I do agree with is the idea that potentially we can do this really fucked up thing where we reflect off of people's negative emotions and turn it into a positive emotion for ourselves. Like basically, as we were talking before, like there is really no like positive, but we create this illusion of positive, like this pleasure sensation, like when we release serotonin and dopamine. And basically, if we want to, we can like train ourselves to become sadists and essentially reflect the intensity of another person's pain onto ourselves and our own pleasure. I don't recommend people do this, but I kind of do recommend people do this. It's the best way to like maximize your own pleasure slash remove your own pain is become a sadist. But it's a really careful line you have to do if you do this because you have to become an ethical sadist. You have to become a sadist who still wants to help people and still doesn't inflict unnecessary suffering into the world. And that's one of those things where it's like a difficult line to teeter on. But if you can do it, hey, that's pretty good.
How does one train oneself to become a sadist?
I think the best way is to well, Marquis de Sade would say, because he was back in the day, he'd be like, "Yo, just do it, bro." But I say that's a little fucked up. So I say just like keep things to your fantasies slash I don't know, like I won like best score as a kid and shit like that, and that fucked my mind. Don't recommend people do that to yourself, but hey, if you can get to the point where you can beat your dick to some corpses, then you probably have succeeded. But don't do that.
You know.
You'll if don't do that to yourself. I mean, but at the same time, Marquis de Sade and would probably say that it would make your suffering on a subjective level minimized if you take pleasure in witnessing suffering instead of sadness in witnessing suffering. And I'd be forced to agree as a negative utilitarian.
I reckon you can just go on YouTube Shorts and just see how dumb all this stuff is.
Honestly, you're not wrong. Just go on YouTube Shorts and you'll see some person like some hot chick like fucking like smash her face into like a wall or something. You'd be like, nice, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
first you just have to watch America's Funniest Home Videos and train yourself to find suffering funny on there, and be like, now I'm like average Americans, and then you just need to like step it up a notch. And
Yeah, I saw this horrible video. You might have seen it. It's some guy and he's like cooking a turtle, but like he wants to eat the turtle basically, but he just like to kill it. He just like smashes it in the head.
oh,
And,
I've seen that. Yeah, it's fucked up.
yeah, and all the comments are just like making jokes and puns and all this bullshit. And it's just like, we need to go, man. We need to go. What the fuck? Oh, shit.
People are fucked up, bro.
I know, bro.
I saw a dude over here.
I think like if I or someone else were to do some kind of sadist training, like that French guy, I'd probably end up feeling worse because I would have to envision a lot of bad things happening.
Mm.
No,
Yeah,
I mean, you're probably right. It's one of those things that I think he was probably wrong, but he might be right. I think he might be right that it's possible for people to do that to themselves. He grew up in the French Revolution, so I think it has to be like trained at like a younger age, unfortunately. Like myself, like I just grew up reading literature that was like fantastical and adventurous, and I had like a very vivid imagination, and I didn't give a fuck. So I just imagined like violent things, and I was just like, the world be violent, don't it though? So, so who knows? I mean, maybe you have to like train yourself at like a younger age to become like a sadist and accepting of like violent tendencies of the world, but it would make sense from like a psychological point of view, because like your brain begins to stop developing once you're closer to the age of 30.
I don't think I could be a proper sadist, but I'm like misanthropist, and just kind of like all I'd like is for people to be like shaken up out of their sort of complacency about, you know, what the solution is to this shit going on Earth. Like, you know, every time they come across it, they're just like, oh, we need to do this, we need to protest, we need to do this and that, or fight for this cause or something. And it's like, nah, they need to realize that the real shit is just for this shit to go away, like legit. But yeah, I think you have to have some pretty dark stuff happen to you for a lot of people to get to that point where they realize that. And maybe a lot of people aren't there yet. Or like with that optimism bias thing, they kind of like, yeah, it gets like put away into their memory bank. Like, they can't like see it, and they can't remember what it was like the badness of it, you know, and stuff like that. What happened to them in the past?
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because it leads to high costs for other beings.
Yeah. And you know what? There's so much taboo in society. Like this guy called Benedict Times the Vegan was talking about this. I don't know if you've seen his channel. He was saying like, in this society, if you say like, no, I don't like this, I feel bad, I feel unhappy, I don't like this place, people are like, oh, there's something wrong with you. And there might be something wrong with you. You might have like a pathological like thing going on, but a lot of the times it's probably just because people are just, they see the world like in a more realistic way, and they're like, this place sucks. And you know, what do they try and do? They try and put you on meds. might lock you away if you go on about it too much. Say, oh, you've got a issue with you or something like. But that's the thing. They just think like you're meant to be this. You're just meant to be like la di da di da, like oh the sun's out today, and I don't know what people have in their heads to justify to make this seem worthwhile. But
Here's the thing: 50 to 70% of people don't have an internal monologue, so I think there's a lot of nothing going on in people's heads. Honestly, there's a lot of nothing worth of value going on in people's heads. I think.
it's just like Homer Simpson, like shit
Basically.
going on. Yeah.
Like when you see Homer Simpson and a little thought bubble comes out, you know how like, people literally see like thought bubbles and then like they draw like pictures in the thought bubbles.
Yeah.
That's quite literally like most people's brains. Like not joking. Like they literally just are thinking in like images and stuff like that and memories. They don't
Yeah.
think in.
You know, I posted on my Facebook a while back. This is my first like anti-natalist kind of video I posted, and it was Benatar saying like, you know, that anti-natalism in a nutshell video.
Yeah.
And he basically goes, a being that is capable of suffering unspeakably, a few other things, but then he goes, a being that will die. If procreation weren't so natural and normal, it would be seen for the tragedy and travesty that it is. And I know people went on that video, and I know people watched that video, but no one reacted to it. Like, no one liked it. And I fucking know why no one liked it, because if they liked it, then they're in the kind of like, oh shit, people can see that I've liked it, and they're like having kids or whatever, and they think procreation's good, and like, I'll be like, and to be honest, I'll just keep it 100, but like most people would just probably be so repulsed by the idea that we should stop like perpetuating the human species. Like,
Yeah, I mean, almost all my friends think I'm insane for that belief, but a few of them think it makes sense, but they don't. They're like, it makes sense, bro, but like, you know, I don't think we should like tell people like what to do. You know what I mean, man? And I'm like, well, do you think we should tell people not to murder? And they're like, yeah, but like that's like different, man. And I'm like, how is it different? I mean, okay, do we tell people not to speed in traffic? And they're like, yeah, but that's different. You know, they're like putting someone else at like risk, and I'm like, yeah,
God.
they're just people, bro.
Yeah. I think one of the good arguments for it though is when like Benatar's in a conversation with someone and he says like, but life always ends badly. Like no matter how whatever joys that being's had, it always ends badly. And I think, and I think he knows as well, that for the most part it ends very fucking badly for most people. And I think that right there is something that should really make people question, like, is this worth it? Does this make sense? I know it's in our culture to just keep on having kids and they can die of cancer and all this shit, but it is kind of unethical to put people through all that shit, like, and not even give them access to like an easy way to go. It's just really fucked.
The natalists tends to give the why that one can just catch the bus
Yeah.
and stuff, but then one can't even do that because there's suicide clinics available and stuff where one can just do it any time.
Yeah. think Blaze was saying like get your peaceful methods in now, just like get them as ASAP and like have them with you. That was his recommendation, right, to people. But the thing is, like, they might just stop it if people start doing that enough. Like, they might, try and like cut the shit off that you can get your hands on to do it, and then people are just gonna be forced to just keep on living off because they don't want to like die in a fucked up way, like a scary way. And then
it makes sense to have some stuff like that available, even if one isn't suicidal, because it's like someone in war that has like a cyanide pill
yeah,
in the
I
mouth
was
they can
thinking,
bite off before they get interrogated.
yeah. And I think as well the unpredictability of life, like great suffering can come anyone's way, like very just can't even be predicted, like a very surprise sort of manner. And also I'd say like some of these illnesses, they can strike and they can take hold very fast, and then they can leave you like incapacitated. So I don't think any of this shit should be left like last minute. I think a lot of people will leave it. They'll think, "Oh, I'll do it when it gets like that," but we don't know what could happen, like, and how bad it could be, and how quickly the illness pervades the body and all that shit. So, yeah. But obviously, like, you probably even can't even say some of this shit, like, like out, just like publicly. Like, it's just fucked though, but it makes perfect logical sense. Like, that's what annoys me.
Yeah, it
I showed a documentary once on Facebook about being pro euthanasia stuff. I forget what it's called. I think it's if I remember, I'll post in the comment section. But yeah, I got taken down within like a day, and it's like, and I didn't even. It's like I just shared it. That's it. I didn't like upload it or anything. It's like I'm literally just sharing a link to like a Vice link to like a documentary. And it's just like, nope, that violates their community standards. And I'm like, okay. you can't even talk about old people and people with dementia being able to choose when to exit.
Yeah, it really sucks. We suck, man. God. And there was a Louis Theroux one where he went to America, and yeah, there were all these people like deciding to die, and different ways they were doing. One guy took a pill or some concoction, and another one was like just doing some gas thing, and they all had their reasons, man. And,
Oh yeah, I think that's probably the same. Potentially, this one of the. Actually, no. Terry Pratt. Is it Terry Pratchett's choosing to die, or?
No.
Okay. That's the documentary that I was thinking of before. I don't know why it just triggered in my memory out of nowhere, but
yeah, he didn't end up even doing euthanasia,
Yeah, Terry Pratchett didn't do euthanasia. He died naturally. I don't know why.
Yeah, strange. Maybe he had a sudden one where you can't. I don't know.
He's pro euthanasia, but he didn't die himself. It's weird.
Yeah.
Especially considering his men. Yeah, I wish so many people that I wish I could that are dead that I wish you could ask like why they chose to do what they did. It's like,
yeah.
Yes, something people also tend to say is that people who catch the bus are selfish or cowardly. Like they think like enduring extreme suffering is this like easy thing, and
Suffering is never easy, but yeah, people think it is, and people imagine that it's like something that's worth triumphing over, as we were kind of talking about earlier. And I don't know why they have that mindset. It's toxic and hurts people.
we
Yeah,
also have the mindset that no matter what happens, that life is always good to like no matter
yeah,
what.
worth it at any cost. Like that's. Yeah, I think if the pain gets severe enough, like people need to understand that, like, yo, something needs. I understand you, like, do you know what I mean? Like, but I think people are just running on running on sort of some program with it kind of. They're just saying the normative things that people usually say to people, and like, oh, you'll hurt me or something. And it's like, nah, man, that guy's being hurt right now. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oop, there we go. Damn. I guess I am.
Yeah, Seb, when did you get into like this kind of like pessimist kind of like take on things?
When I was 16, or maybe I was closer to 17, it was a while ago.
Oh man, that's quite young. Like to me, that seems like a young age to get into it, man. You must have been through some shit quite early on.
Yeah, actually, there was something really horrible that happened. Like, there was one time where there was this show I really liked, and it got cancelled. I'm, I'm just kidding.
Fuck you know. Yo, do you know? Speaking about shows that got cancelled, though, do you know that show called Everybody Loves Raymond?
I
Yeah.
never saw that.
Yeah. Some really sad shit though, man. Do you know one of them little kids? He was like a little young kid. There were those two little young kids with blonde hair, and they always said something funny and cute. Like one of them, when he was like an adult at this point. He committed suicide by a firearm.
Really?
Yeah,
That's wild.
that's really sad, man. That's really fucked up.
It's the world we live in. I mean, a lot of movies are like that, like the Star Wars, like one of the most beloved franchises, and people like a lot of characters that are like total memes these days and are like liked, and people would totally be like, "Oh fuck yeah, like that person's chill," but they went completely fucking mad because of the role that like how much people joke about it, like Jar Jar Binks,
Oh
and
yeah,
Anakin, the little kid, like he went crazy. Child actors a lot of times go crazy because it's just a fucked up industry to be like, in the spotlight, and limelight all the time with all the pressure to like
yeah,
do your lines perfectly and be viewed perfectly in public image and all that stuff. It's like it's a lot of pressure to put on someone.
Yeah.
Especially because it like warps their personality into something that artificial.
Yeah. yeah, it's just mad how like kids anyway, they've got like a kind of like an unclear view of like how life really is, like a less realistic view of how life really is, and you put them in that sort of a situation, it's even more like what, man.
Yeah, it's fucked.
Something do not watch tends to ask in his stream is sometimes just on that. How does one cope with like knowing that we live in we live in hell? What does one do then?
Yeah, fuck.
Video games.
Become a sadist.
Become a sadist and play video games. That's my recommendation.
Fuck, man. Nah, man. I feel for people who getting like, who come to realize that we are in a sort of a hell. I think one of the biggest copes is knowing people like, you know, do not watch his channel exist and stuff, and he makes videos talking about like how fucked everything is. You know, the other people that are aware of it out there.
You a fan of Amendum or?
Me or Seb?
You.
Oh, me? Yeah, I am.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Amendum he preaches some good truth, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too.
He's a little bit of an asshole, but he preaches the good word.
Yeah, he probably, if I met him in person, he'd be like, "You fucking asshole." But no, it's not. It's not about that. Like, it's just about the kind of like the theory he's like putting forward. Yeah. No, I think it makes sense. Yeah, sometimes I think he can go off on people a bit too hard. Like,
Oh yeah, he'll
Yeah.
get angry at you for like no reason, basically. But and he goes off on people for like things that a lot of times are justified, but a lot of times just kind of like, okay, they didn't really mean anything by that. It was just a simple question. I don't know why
Yeah.
you got so offended, bro.
Yeah.
But you know, for the most part, he preaches the hard truth, my dude, and
Yeah.
I respect it.
Yeah, me too. My mate always like goes off because like he's not like anti-natalist or anything, but he goes off on me a lot. Like, oh, you keep talking that anti-natalist shit, and I'm like, fucking hell, Kaz's like lost it or something. But then I was like actually saying it to him in like a kind of calm and like, you know, pointing out the logic of it, and he was like, yeah, do you know what? It does make, yeah, you're right. Like, people are just kind of like having children for egoistic reasons most of the time, and yeah, people are pretty awful. We're really awful to each other, and yeah, the world's a bad place, and yeah, stuff like that. So he gets it, but I think he still wants to fit in. Do you know what I mean? With like just ordinary folk. So I get that as well.
Yeah. It's the struggle to want to embrace your instincts of being pro-social and all that, while at the same time having like realizing the truth.
Yeah. So it could be
Ah, there we go.
I used to watch AN content, antinatalist content on YouTube, and follow some people on YouTube, but then after a while I stopped, and I haven't watched like one single antinatalist YouTube video except for the ones I do not watch, except for those. I haven't watched, but besides these, I haven't watched some and like a full antinatalist video in a very long time.
Is it just because it's like too depressing, or?
Yeah, it's depressing. It's sort of like watching the news.
That makes sense. Get that little fucker.
Yeah, if the awareness meter rises too much, then that is going to be a burden. Like how wasn't it Peter Russell Sapf who talked about the human consciousness, like the antler of a reindeer being too big or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah, that was him. Peter Zaffa.
Yeah.
Yeah, his book is amazing. I love his analogy in the very beginning about like the man at the watering hole, like realizing that he is just like the animals and then starving to death.
Yeah, a lot of people has asked me if I've read Peter Russell Sapf since I'm Norwegian, but I will never I will never read it ever. I think it's unlikely I will ever read it.
I mean, his book isn't too long. If you want me to share an audiobook with you, I can.
Yeah, maybe, but maybe I could read Peter Russell Sapf, but I don't want to make a habit out of watching antinatalist content. It's just it seems like if one does it too much, one will get too sad.
Yeah, I know what you mean, man.
Oh fuck, I fucked up.
I like Schopenhauer's thingy on. It's called like the suffering and vanity of the world or something. That's quite cool.
Suffering Vanity of the World.
Yeah.
Y'all fans of E.M. Saran or no?
I heard his name being thrown around a lot, but I don't really know much of his stuff.
He writes a lot of poetry.
Yeah.
Let me flip to a random. This is Tears and Saints. It's about he admired a lot of like saints and like their despair and mimicry of Jesus and how they would purposely suffer essentially for no reason. He thought it was interesting. Let's see what Ooh, okay. Philosophy is a corrective against sadness, yet there still are people who believe in the profundity of philosophy. Well, I don't know what that quite means, but basically, philosophy is a corrective against sadness, yet there are still people who believe in the profundity of philosophy. Oh yeah, because he believes that sadness is like something that's good to like express, and feeling sadness and despair is essentially like one of the peak emotions. It's weird. Saran's a wild dude. He's like extremely pessimistic, but he also was like an absurdist who like kind of embraced the stink of Earth.
Yeah. I hear a lot of people talking about like Gnosticism and stuff, like something about some evil god.
The Demiurge.
Yeah, Demiurge, right.
What are your thoughts on that?
Me, I think it'd be cool, man, if some god, even if he was like a dickhead or something, if there was some like other shit going on, like some like higher beings or some shit, I think it'd make things a bit more interesting. Do you know what I mean? But
Yeah. Or at least make it like have purpose behind it to some extent, even if the purpose is stupid and
yeah,
and flawed. There'll at least be a purpose instead of just like lol chemical forces are causing us all to be like ah.
yeah.
Yes, so how some antinatalists believe in the demiurge, they must see the world as so bleak that they just view it as a hell that one gets punished in. Kind of the opposite to how optimists see the world as the perfect design, and a very benevolent God must have created this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of Gnostics are like still pretty optimistic. Like PP / perpetual pleasurist, he is like extremely optimistic. Like, I mean, not really, but he is at the same time. Like, he's like a really upbeat, happy dude. It's weird.
Yeah. You can hear it in his voice, right?
You definitely can. He's an upbeat fella, and it's just like one of those weird things where it's like, yo, bro, you literally believe like everything is demonic and shit. Why are you so happy, man? Like I don't even believe that everything is demonic. Like I believe like some people are generally benevolent, but like silly billies that don't understand how to do real good.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he believes the same thing, but I mean, when it comes down to it, I don't believe like there's like demonic forces like puppeting the world and shit. So it's like yeah, he's still happy. So it's like it's weird. I don't understand how people are happy in such mindsets, but
I once had like a hallucination, and I think it must have been triggered by like heavy weed use, and the weed was probably like chemically sprayed and all that bullshit. But I started hearing a voice like talking to me and shit, and like a voice and like speaking to me, and all this weird shit happened, yeah, and it all alluded to like something like supernatural or some bullshit was going on. But then it all ended, and then it's just like none of that shit is going on now. And looking back, I even remember what was happening at the time, and it was kind of scary as fuck. But yeah, it's just probably just all like I was taking that MDMA and like smoking a spliff and seeing those weird triceratops things doing their thing. Probably just something like that, and like probably don't have any meaning or deeper significance to it other than just like a altered perception of things.
yeah, you just have to pretty much assume that it was more likely than not just your own inner monologue, and then the part of your brain that recognizes your own inner monologue as your own was just kind of turned off for a moment.
Yeah, like that, like you said.
That's
But
most likely what it was.
that's probably how all this God shit comes about as well. Like, something to do with that sort of thing.
That's the theory.
Yeah.
You wondered how it's also possible for someone like Perpetual Pleasurist to be that happy even though he has his beliefs. Yeah, I'm not sure myself, but there was a time I was really that that I felt a lot of pressure chemicals before, and
Mm-hmm.
that, for months, and that was when I listened to a lot of binaural beats.
Oh, sweet. Yeah.
Have you have heard of binaural beats?
Yeah, I have. I use them
Yeah,
to get to sleep sometimes.
yeah. Most people are not responders of binaural beats.
Or binaural beats like the like chemical like random tunes that have like certain frequencies or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes,
Does that actually work or no? Like mind
it
like music
works,
doping or
but it doesn't work on most people. If it did, it would have been more popular.
okay.
But
Uh,
it has. There was one period where it worked very consistently for me, and yeah, I could just listen to them for hours upon hours and just feel good all the time on the binaural beats.
Yeah, that's mad.
Yeah.
That's cool.
do you think it was more of a placebo effect, or is there actually like science behind it?
It's like if one takes like something, one knows it isn't a placebo if one just feels. Yeah, it could have been placebo and other. Yeah, there are some studies on binaural beats. I haven't looked into them.
Hmm. Interesting. It's wild. I mean, to be fair, I use red light therapy, so who knows? I mean, I believe it's possible. So, red light therapy is just like wavelengths of red light that like produce ATP in your body, that gives you energy and like reduces inflammation and a bunch of random things. So, yeah.
Something that also increases the effects of binaural beats are the more hedonic one already is, the more one can get benefits of binaural beats. So if one is stoned, for example, one can get even more benefits from binaural beats.
I have not tried binaural beats since before I was a stoner. It's because I was interested in how like mind doping, music doping worked back when I was in high school. But in high school, I didn't smoke or do drugs, so now I do. I'm gonna have to
The,
give it a shot.
i- i- yeah, you should try binaural beats next time you're stoned. I recommend it.
Well, I'm stoned right now. You just can't tell because I'm stoned so often that it's just basically my normal personality.
Yeah. Gee. Nah, weed is good, man. When it don't fuck with you or anything, like it's like a cost-free drug, man.
Pretty much. It's the good beauty drug. You just
Yeah. Do you ever drink with it?
drink with while I smoke.
Yeah.
I've done it before at parties and stuff, but otherwise I don't really do it myself. I'm not a big fan of drinking, just
Oh
because I
yeah.
get headaches and stuff like that. And when I get
Yeah.
crossed, a lot of times I get headaches, and I'm not a big fan of having my head hurt. So,
Yeah. No. I sometimes do it just to potentiate the weed effect.
oh, I got you. Yeah, I used to microdose DBT while I would while I would smoke. That way, I would basically amplify the weed. And oh fuck, I just killed myself in the game. I lost the game also.
Yeah. No, like I used to do that with MDMA as well, and then I just kind of came around to the idea that it's probably not a good idea to be doing MDMA like on the regular.
Yeah, that's a good way to get serotonin syndrome.
Fucking hell.
Did you ever get serotonin syndrome or no?
I did it once after, because when I was clubbing and all that shit, it was cool. I just had like a bit of a lazy day afterwards. Like it wasn't like depression or anything, but I did it once a long time after that. And then I was I remember I was crying. I was in tears the next day and I felt all anxious, and it wouldn't go away. It was really bad. Yeah.
I had that very similar feeling when I did 7 tabs of LSD. The next day, I was just absolutely shook.
Fuck. You know. Yeah. I was doing it a lot with my mate, innit? Like, he'd get these pills, and then we'd go to a club, and then, like, yeah, we just feel really, like, energized and all this, like, positive on it. Especially if a certain song had come on. Like, I remember this, like, Young Thug stuff. Me and my mate were listening to all this Young Thug stuff, and one of his songs came on in the club, and it's like, yeah, that's my jam. Like. But yeah, he was doing a lot of cocaine as well. Fucking hell.
I've never done cocaine, but
That's good, man.
it's on my bucket list.
Well, one of my mates actually passed away from doing it too much.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he lives not far from my house here, by my flat.
He just overdosed one day, or?
Yeah, he just got a call saying he died. And he's just really fucking sad, man.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Have you ever heard Dave Chappelle when he says, like, if I ever get, like, old and I'm gonna die soon, like, I'm just gonna start doing loads of crack and, like, because I'm gonna die anyway. So fucking...
Yo, I think I've heard him say that, yeah. There's like I watched another podcast where they basically said if they were immortal, what would they do? And they were just like, well, if I was immortal, I'd just do every drug on the planet all at once. See what it feels like. And I'm like, yo, fair enough.
That would also include Daturag, so I don't know if it would be that good of an idea. Absolutely.
Is that like salvia?
It's a deliriant one, has these terrible hallucinations. One can potentially believe that one is in hell.
Oh, fuck. When I was having my hallucinations, I thought I was in hell, and I thought one of the police officers talking to me through the police cell was like the devil or some shit. It was like a devil, and it was like, I'm like, nah, you can't be real, man. And he's like having a fucking full-on conversation with me, and he looks proper scary and shit. I'm like, nah.
That's wild.
What's up, bro?
Huh. The previous thing I ever saw was like Slenderman. Well, it was like on TPT. It was a few of them though, so they're big chillin' though.
Yeah.
Just peeking out from pine trees, watching me.
Oh man, were you like kind of scared though? You must be kind of scared.
Nah, I knew I was tripping balls, so I was just like, that's kind of weird, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah. That is some level of awareness if you can hold it down during it.
Man, it's the perks of being psychopathic. You know, your mind can stay pretty with it when you might on psychedelics. But I'm also pretty good at letting go. Like I'm good at keeping with it when I want to keep with it, but I'm also good at letting go. And ego deathing.
Cool.
I ego deathed once for an hour and 45 minutes straight. That was pretty fun.
Fucking hell. Did either of you have any like religious upbringing?
Yeah, I was born a Lutheran. I'm not religious anymore, but I was till I was 15. About.
Yeah, I hear you, man. What about you, Seb?
Oh yeah, about me? No, I've never been religious.
No, okay.
I haven't even. I don't think I've ever been religious for a second.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Were your parents religious?
My mother was religious when she was about. She stopped being religious when she was a kid, and later in her life, she has been religious again.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Why did she convert back? Is it just like fear and desperation with like existential dread or something?
It's someone in my family died, so that must be why, most likely. But she could have she could have converted back anyway. And yeah, even though I took shrooms, I didn't really have any spiritual thoughts. It might be that the dosage wasn't high enough for that to happen.
No, I've never had anything spiritual. I think people that are spiritual have spiritual thoughts, and people who aren't spiritual won't have spiritual thoughts because it's really just your mind playing tricks on you and creating like manifestations of like what you're like a potential of like things you've already experienced in life. It's basically like dreaming, but like when you're awake. So basically, if you're religious, you're gonna have religious experiences. If you're an atheist, you'll just see the cool patterns and stuff, and like see like potentially you'll see like beings, but you'll just be like, oh, yep, that's a pretty cool looking thing right there. That's not a god, but that's just like a cool looking owl. Giant owl made of metal.
Yeah, I remember one time when I was on. The one time I was on the one time I was on like a moderate dose, it was enough for me to feel like I was sinking into the ground and stuff. That was fun.
Yeah, that was fun. Just sinking into the abyss.
I wasn't like sinking too much, just a little bit. It felt like I was like the ground was a mattress one stood on or something that, and it slowly sank just a little bit. It was fun.
It's gonna cool. The solid surface turning into a squishy surface.
And I was with my trip sitter. We were walking around just in a public area, and I told him if someone, and he told me if someone just sees me, he could just say that he is like my caretaker or something. Because if only and that, but I didn't get into any trouble, and nobody, there wasn't a lot of people around.
Yeah. so you don't jump out a third story window or something.
I don't know.
Man, I'd love to do psychedelics, man. But fucking, I don't know. Maybe I should go on the dark web and just get some.
No, you can definitely get them on the surface web. That's where I got most of my stuff from. It's just Canadian places that'll supply you.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, it's legal in Canada to make psychedelics for research purposes, so you can basically just get it shipped straight to your door. It's pretty nice.
Yes, man. Yes, man.
Oh,
You
Has anybody ever heard about fly agaric?
Nah.
There's supposed to, if it's dried, there's supposed to be this thing. That botanic acid is supposed to convert into
taken-
something.
ALD 52. I've taken 4-ACO DMT, which are just like shrooms. ALD 52 is like acid. I've taken actual acid and I've taken actual shrooms before. I've
Yeah.
taken DPT and I've taken DPT and I've taken DMT before. Those
Weird.
are all the drugs that I've done that are psychedelic.
Yeah. Are you like Joe Rogan with it? Are you like, yo, I did DMT and I saw these fucking gnomes and shit?
I've never saw the psychedelic space gnomes, but maybe someday. One thing I just like, the feeling I get that life's bullshit as well, and that we're kind of just like in some sort of like a dead end with it all, is just when you see all these talk shows and these podcasts, and what, to me, like what they're talking about is just all irrelevant shit, and then Basically, like aliens. Ooh.
yeah, they keep going on about it, and we ain't seeing shit, and then people say, "Oh, consciousness, time isn't real," or some shit, and it's like, come on, we're not gonna find some like interesting shit to make this all make sense, man. It's all gonna be a shit show forever.
Basically,
Yeah.
there is no super solution. But everybody wants one.
No.
That's okay.
Do you think like some, you know, like genetics is like kind of is what life is like composed, like, you know, like makes life happen,
Yeah,
and like Emendon says like it's only occurred on this planet like once or something, and we're all like ancestors of the same like reproducing cell, right? He believes that this is probably the only occurrence of it in the universe.
I think it's very likely that this is the only thing. This is the only place of life in the universe. But to me, it also is kind of irrelevant because, I mean, either way, we can't reach other life. It would be impossible. Our equipment would decay before we could ever reach them. So I don't think we have like a responsibility to like try to seek out other life, nor do I think other life will ever seek us out.
No. I think if there is any other shit like this out there, it's gonna be so fucking far apart. Like it's just you're not even gonna be observable at all.
It seems like there's a lot one has to know about to just predict if there if there could be life on other planets besides this planet. I don't think I couldn't know for sure. I don't think I have enough information to make
Yeah,
an
I hear you.
assessment on it.
Yeah, you man. One of my mates said it's like a mathematical improbability that we're the only like sentient kind of like self-aware thing going on in the universe. But
I don't know, man. I kind of agree with Mendham more than not that like there's so many different paths because evolution just selects for like, what works best for an environment. It doesn't necessarily select for intelligence. So there's no reason to think that like another planet will ever like develop something like us. Yet alone, if we went extinct, there's nothing saying that like the remaining Earth life would ever evolve to become intelligent like us. You know, like it's very
Yeah.
rare that things become
yeah,
like as intelligent as us or develop as conscious as us to the point
Yeah.
where they realize there's like a human condition and like an issue of life.
yeah. One thing I do though appreciate about Mendon's like tenacity is that this pro-life thing is just so strong, it's such a strong force, and it's so hard to like argue with people. Like it's not that good of a thing, you know what I mean? Because people say all sorts of stuff, and sometimes you just kind of like think, nah, I can't even like debate with people on this shit because they're just gonna say all this shit like transhumanism or there's a god, there might be a god, or what about all the good stuff and all this shit. But then he does it like, yeah, he kind of does it in a kind of good way, I think.
Minimum is really good about going about his talking, but at the same time, he also gets angry really easily.
Yeah,
Like I'm a big fan of Magnus Vinding's ethics. I think I have to disagree with him on like one or two things, but for the most part, I'm a big fan of Magnus Vinding. He was on the Antinatalist podcast twice. Mendham was, and one of them was with Magnus Vinding, and he just like tore him apart the whole time. Like some areas it's kind of justified, but in other areas it's just like I don't know. He just gets like a little too pissy about things. You know what I mean? Ben goes about things in like an interesting way. He shuts down bullshit real fast, but
yeah,
at the same time he also shuts down conversations that he perceives as being bullshit, but could be somewhat relevant. Like Magnus Vinding has like a bunch of worries about us like going to space, which I think are relevant concerns. But Amendum doesn't really want to talk about that like at all.
really. What is some of his concerns, if you don't mind me asking?
Basically he thinks that like if we do go into this transhumanist direction, which is like where a lot of people like do not watch or like advocating for, you know, essentially we might end up going to space, and if we end up going to space, we're pretty much just gonna like populate multiple planets potentially, and if we do that, then it basically is just multiplying our problems like by like a ton. Like basically like having multiple Earths would just be like a tragedy beyond tragedies.
Yeah.
So he's kind of just worried about the fact that we might try to colonize Mars and like have inhabit other planets and stuff like that. And Mendham basically is just like, this is not an issue because we can't even have a replacement population on Earth. There's no way we're gonna get off this planet, you know. And I kind of agree with Mendham, but at the same time, it's just like there is always a tiny risk that if we do get off this Earth, you know, there's a ton of risk to that. So it's like,
Yeah.
it's worth having the conversation, but Mendham was just like not having it, and I'm like, it's kind of the reason you're on the podcast is to have the conversation with the dude, bro.
Yeah.
Like, you know, treat him with respect at least.
Yeah, I think one of the scary things about going to space is how dangerous it is, like traveling. why something goes wrong in the spacecraft. Like, those people are fucked, man. Like,
Yeah.
shit. I mean, it's already happened in with NASA. Do you remember those 7 astronauts? And I only remember it because my music teacher said a joke, and he's like, "Do you know what NASA stands for? Need another 7 astronauts." And I'm like, "Oh right."
Need another step.
You know.
That's a little dark, but that's funny. What's your thoughts on people that think the moon landing's fake?
Do you want to go ahead, Seth?
Oh yeah. Guess if they want to, I don't think it's fake. But if they want to think it's, but I can understand why they would think it's fake. Like, how can one really trust what the media shows to the public? Like, how can one trust that? But the reason I don't think the reason I think the moon landing isn't fake is because someone would have revealed some proof about it being fake, and something would have been leaked.
Yeah, plus the budget to fake something of that magnitude would be like so high they could actually probably just go to the moon.
Yeah.
There's like a joke that it's just like, yeah, they faked the moon landing and they did it on site.
There are some people that says, but why haven't we gone back since this period? But why should we? It's only like this rock. Why should we go to this rock and back? We've been there already.
There's really no reason to go to it in the first place. It was just to dunk on the Russians, be like, we did it for.
Yeah, space race.
So many issues in the world are just because we have competition with fucking Russia and China.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Shit.
Not everything. I mean, most things are just the human condition. But, I mean, like, when it comes down to it, the human condition has made this war with China go to dangerous levels. With Russia, like, constantly on the brink of nuclear war. People don't talk about it because it's spooky scary, but nuclear war is just around the corner.
Oh, God. That is scary. Does Russia do like executions and stuff?
A little bit, kind of. They take their own politicians that campaign against Putin, and they'll like try to poison them and stuff like that. So I'm pretty sure they probably do executions to some extent or another.
Yeah. Might not even mention it to the, put it on record.
Basically.
Maybe just they just disappear or some shit. Fuck.
Send them to the shadow realm and call it a day.
Send them to the gulag first.
Basically.
Yeah, I'm just imagining a Call of Duty scene when you get dragged into the gulag. Well done. Yeah. China, I think they execute certain criminals. Like there was this woman, and she was in there for like trafficking heroin, and her sentence was basically like jail for some time, death by firing squad.
Death by firing squad for smuggling drugs?
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
I know.
And why do they need like a whole firing squad? Couldn't they just
It's
You get one person to shoot them in the head.
it's so that it doesn't. People can't. It's like this illusion, like, oh, then you can't tell who killed the person, so they don't feel as bad.
Oh fuck.
You know,
That's a very silly reason.
it is a really silly reason, but yeah, it's basically that's the logic behind it. It's just like, oh, if you might feel bad that you killed them, so if multiple people pull the trigger, then you might not feel like it's your bullet that killed them. So it's dumb.
But one could probably find a psychopath that really wouldn't care that much or care at all.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
why don't you like hire me, guys? I would cap people. Pay me to end people's suffering, and like I can have fun with it. That's a win-win.
God.
You're like, God.
That's funny.
But no, yeah, I didn't know that was the reason behind like firing squads. But it seems like yeah, but don't they stand a little farther back than they should? Shouldn't they? I haven't seen it in real life, obviously, but I've only seen it in movies and stuff. That from what I've seen, do you know if how close they stand to the person they're shooting?
A couple of meters away, I think. A couple of feet.
But that's too far, really. They should be as close as possible, otherwise they can miss some vital areas and
Yeah, they're not exactly concerned about the ethics of execution, I don't think.
okay.
Unfortunately.
Like the death penalty, people of like
There we go.
what was yeah, I was going to say something about death penalty, but no, never mind.
I'm pro death penalty. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pro death penalty. I just think it's a logical conclusion of pro mortalism.
Yeah. Do you think we should do it in a kind of like, hey, he deserves a bit of pain sort of way? Or should we just do it in a painless like way?
We should do it as painless as possible. You know, I personally think firing a squad and the way Seb is suggesting, where it's just one person, you take a shotgun, put it to their head, and just pull the trigger, is the best way to do it. Basically, point blank. You don't even have to have it be a person. You can just have it be like a mechanism where they sit in a chair, and there's like basically like a little mechanism where they set their head against it, and then just like someone in another room just pushes a button, and then poof, and just blasts their brain out, rattles their head.
The way they do death penalty to have people waiting months just in being scared and anticipating their own death. That's too bad. That's fucked. They should it should happen as quickly as possible. There should not be any waiting if it's going to happen.
100% agree.
Fuck. Yeah, I don't know what to say on that. Shotgun. Do you think that? Fuck, man.
Shotgun. Well, me not knowing how to talk about this without, potentially breaking the law. Let's say I am aware that the highest rate of success for suicide is using a certain class of firearms.
Okay.
And it has a very, very low pain rate as well. Pain rating. Because you pretty much just obliterate your brain instantaneously.
Wow.
And
It's amazing how the brain is just creating all this fucking all these fears and all this. Like, I'm not saying I wouldn't be scared if that was going to happen to me. I probably would, but it's just once you you literally somehow deprive it of oxygen or whatever, you inhibit it in some critical way. It just can't generate all this shit anymore.
the pain train comes to a stop.
Yeah, it just fucking stops.
The lights glow. It's wild. There's this big bundle of fucking goo and some calciated skulls material, and it's just like, now we suffer.
Yeah. Gosh. It's weird though. I wouldn't have come to this conclusion unless I came across people talking about antinatalism and stuff. I'd just say this is kind of fucked up for me, and it's very unfortunate that all this shit's happened to me in my life and to whoever else it's happened to. But then I wouldn't have realised actually, there are ethical reasons for why you shouldn't make more of this. It's just it's not intuitive, do you know what I mean? To get that for the most part.
I'm dying in Overwatch. Now Overwatch, fucking Fortnite here. My bad. Oh wow, I just lit myself on fire because the
I also noticed that you have some background music too, and I don't mind. It can be nice with some background music.
I can turn it off if you don't.
But I don't mind. I think the background music is slightly entertaining too.
I think it's like the ultimate juxtaposition.
Maybe
Yeah.
maybe next time we can have like a jazz lounge background music or something.
Yeah, man.
Let's see. We can something funky.
Yeah.
Or acoustic. Just the end of the world. We must end our suffering, brothers. Peace will become upon the hearts of man. We cease to spread seed.
How many options are there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 options, and then I can add my own music if I guess download music. I'm thinking about doing that potentially in the future, just finding out which songs are in the public domain that are fun and classy, and then downloading them all and like mishmashing them into like a little playlist and having it so I can go in the background. And then I won't be able to get my videos taken down either because they're public domain. And I'd be like, wow. It's just gonna be like fucking like literally like 5 hours of say can you see, just kidding now. Different anthems from different nations that are all in the public domain. I'm gonna be like, this is very patriotic, guys.
Mhm.
But I'm gonna find some public domain music either way. Lo-fi.
Yes, Deb, do you have any people in your life that can relate to your outlook on things?
Just one person in real life. He has
Yeah.
a YouTube channel called Grankelnem.
What's it called? Sorry?
He has a video of like a kummer, an animated video of a kummer, and it's
Okay.
funny. It's the one video he has.
Cool. No, that's cool.
We have visited each other a couple of times. But what is your name?
My name's Kaz.
Kaz?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and finally I can. It's good that I can call you something now
Yeah, cheers, man.
instead of saying the non-brand person or something like that.
Yeah. Fuck, I don't have anyone in my real life that kind of sees things this way. Like, it's just too like it's too much for people to accept. Like I was telling one of my mates, like, yeah, like people probably shouldn't have kids, and he was just like, nah, we gotta have kids, man. We gotta have kids. But it's like just, I don't know. It's just like, you know.
Yeah, I had one person in my life who was an antinatalist. They weren't an ephalist or a promotalist, but yeah, tomorrow is gonna be their anniversary of their suicide. It's gonna be like 3 months.
Oh shit.
But
Are you gonna do anything for it?
I don't really know. I think I'm just gonna cry a bit and listen to music. I don't know. Maybe I'll if I'm feeling too shitty, I might just call in for work. But I don't feel like that's a smart idea to do at the same time. So who knows?
Yeah.
Sorry about that, and it can be important to note that just because like this like the earth is like at the same place the sun is, or I was going to say something, but I don't know how I'm going to put this into words.
No, it's okay, my dude.
So with my friend who is also an antinatalist, when we chat together on Skype, it's very rare that we ever talk about antinatalism. We tend to just talk about other stuff. Like really mention antinatalism at all, but sometimes we do.
Yeah. Cool.
I try to talk about antinatalism as much as possible. It's honestly probably pretty annoying for people in my life.
Yeah.
So I'll let you.
It's almost like life was a bit of a party, and it's kind of like closed down the party, no more party. I think that people see it like that a bit.
Basically, it's a party, but it's like a party where it's like some Fight Club party where a bunch of people are getting beat up, but a bunch of people that are getting beat up are like, I don't want to get beat up, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's just problematic.
Yeah, it's hella problematic.
Yeah, so what I was going to say was it's too bad that like certain anniversaries makes us feel worse, but like ideally it shouldn't. I if there was a way, so just because there is a certain date, it's still better to not feel worse. That was what I was going to say, but I wanted to say it in a way to that was proper. That was proper and uh,
You said it fine. Streaming 3 hours. I'm gonna take a smoke break here in a little bit, or let's grab some food because I'm getting hungry.
Cool.
After I die in this match, because I know I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna win.
yeah. Come to think of it, maybe I could play like a video game too. I like to play a video game called Brawlhalla.
Brunhalla?
That's
Oh
Brawlhalla.
yeah.
It's a fun one.
I just know because it came free on the PS thing. Might start playing Mass Effect or something.
Mass Effect? Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. I'll just be going around on Mars, like Mars type planet on the buggy. I'll be like thinking, this is better than Earth. Right? Just all rock and nothing else.
There we go. Mess that guy up.
What did you say again? I zoned out.
Have you ever played Mass Effect before?
Never.
Oh,
No.
it wouldn't make sense to you then. It's alright.
I always get Mass Effect and Dead Space mixed up. That's all I know.
Oh yeah. I think one really good game is Detroit Become Human or something. Becoming Human.
Oh yeah, I have that game. I haven't beat it yet.
You should try it. And then play it again after a while. Do something different.
Okay, Loki. It's probably a good idea. I should start playing Detroit Become Human. I could Twitch stream it too.
Yeah.
There's so many endings to that game. You can fuck on the nuke a place or some shit. I know that. Just
Oh,
one.
shit, yeah. Fucking hell. I love the opening scene though. That's really tense. You remember it? that guy's got that hostage.
I don't. Oh yeah, the hostage in the very beginning. Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, that is good scene.
I think I'm gonna jump down here and do something really stupid. Ah, I was stupid. More stupid that I hit every single swing on that and it didn't kill him.
I thought about something I found funny. So what if there was this like this anti-natalist themed glam metal band that they with that glam metal or glam rock look? That would
Do you mean
Glamour.
like Prince or something?
huh?
Do you mean like Prince or kind of like some, I don't know, like just like a glamorized look or something? Do you mean?
Or glam rock is it was like this
Like
uh,
Kiss?
style from the 80s,
Yeah,
not
all
like,
right.
not like a Kiss had some glam rock stuff in it.
David
But
Bowie?
I thought the idea was silly, so I found it a bit amusing. If
Yeah. Nah, there was a band in I can't remember what it's called, man, because I got such a shit memory these days. But the lead singer was gay, and it was from the UK. And in one of the songs, it goes, I wish I wasn't born at all.
Queen?
Sometimes I wish I was. Yeah, Queen, that's it.
Bohemian Rhapsody?
Yeah, I think so.
I played on the channel. Last time I played music, my video got taken down. Unfortunately.
Shit. No.
Yeah. It was one where we were talking about identity nihilism. Unfortunately, I decided to play some music during the video, and it got taken down. And I was like, shit.
Bastard.
Yeah. We went for a whole entire, like, 40-minute review of, like, identity nihilism. Like, it was, like, minimum of 40 minutes. Like, if we were talking about it for probably, like, an hour and a half. And then, yeah, it got taken down. It was, like, a 7-hour stream. It was a shame.
YouTubers totally okay with all the promoterism stuff, but as soon as we just played some music, they couldn't handle it.
Basically, it was just like, you got copyright strike. And I'm like, what the fuck? Literally talking about ending the world and all that. And it's like, sorry, bro, you play music from Highly Suspect. Get fucked. I'm like, god damn it. I'm gonna be right back, y'all. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves or get a drink of water, top up your drinks, get some food. I'm gonna be back in a little bit.
Okay, cool. All right.
Or do whatever the hell you want. I mean, if you don't want to stick around and wait for me, you know, then adios if you're gonna go. But
I'll stick around.
awesome.
Yeah. No. I'll just put something on. Turn the volume. Are you into any music, sir?
I'm into music. I also make music.
Oh, wicked, man.
Yeah,
always-
I have two bands. I mean, one called Nefarious Rockers that has
Oh,
some anti-natalism songs, and one band called Corpse Surfer Beach, which doesn't have any anti-natalism song.
does any of it sometimes come up in the antinatalism feed?
For some,
Do you know when you type in antinatalism into YouTube and then you put in like recently, does it ever come up in some of the searches, do you think?
I think sometimes it does.
Yeah,
But Have you had it in your feed before?
Yeah, I think I recognize the name Nefarious Rockers. I think so. I might be imagining it, but I think I might have.
Yeah, I've been doing it for a while. It also used to be called Cosmic Slam.
Oh, okay, cool, cool. Is it like metal kind of music?
So right now the direction is like doom metal, and it has been that for a while, mostly doom
Cool.
metal with synths, which makes it gothic metal.
Oh, sweet, sweet. Metal, like I don't know if it classifies as metal, but I used to listen to Korn. I think that's like new metal or something. It was called. Or
Yeah,
something
these
like that.
subgenres are
Yeah,
so different from each other. It's like if one metal can be an it, it's sometimes strange to think that a band like Megadeth and a brutal death metal band or something is of the same genre.
yeah. Um, yeah, man. I used to like Linkin Park as well when it was around, but obviously main singer and he's not around anymore.
I listened a bit to Korn
Yeah,
before.
yeah. I made a video on my YouTube channel. Like it's still on there, but it's like ages ago. It was to like this comic book series, this like animated series called Spawn, and I put a Korn song to it. Yeah.
What's the name of your YouTube channel?
Oh, Kaz287.
Okay.
It's just, yeah, it's like the very first video, I think.
So I like do the guitar and bass in the Farus Rockers, and I have a song on all the songs on that has the vocals.
Oh, wicked, man. Yeah, yeah. Let me I'll just make a note. This one sec.
Yeah, I would have liked if somebody else could do the singing, but uh, if nobody volunteers, then I have to do it.
Yeah,
Otherwise, I want to do.
yeah. Well, I'll just type the other one in as well. Cosmic Slot. What do you think about like kind of like spreading this idea of like AN to people? Do you think it's worthwhile, or do you think it's kind of it'll be a bit pointless because most people will just be like very resistant to it?
It can be worthwhile, but I don't think it will just come. I don't think it will lead to uh, a guaranteed decrease of net birth.
Mm, yeah,
Unfortunately,
yeah,
like it's the way one talks about how how if some rabbits are some hairs or something goes extinct, there's more room for other species. But if one has a child, if one doesn't have a child, then there's more people that can be in the that can benefit from the mating pool,
Hmm. Hmm.
perhaps, and have more children than if the offspring one has like doesn't interfere with what in the mating pool.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I thought about that, but it seems like it's still worth to try to convince people of AN and
Yeah.
like I'm either right, and that means there is a 50-50 of uh, preventing birth.
Hmm.
I might be, and if I'm wrong, then that's great. And what ANs are doing prevents more than net birth. But
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I used to believe more in the activism and that us antinatalists could make a difference, but we still can, but I'm not sure if it will work or not.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah.
The the name of the cat Marco, it's also the same name as one of uh, my friends.
Oh, really?
Oh
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, he was named Mark when I adopted him. I wanted a cat name and named him like a human name because I thought it would be funny to name a cat like a human name. And then when I went to the adoption shelter, there was a cat named Marco there already, and I was like, "Oh, that's perfect."
Shit.
He's a good boy.
Mad, mad. I'm just
I,
gonna.
I guess pets they don't recognize that it's their own name, or,
Dogs do, cats don't.
or do they, or do they just is it just a cue for them to come and get food? Do they really recognize it's their name?
I think dogs have the ability to recognize their name because they can like recognize like toys within like different. They have like good memory abilities. Cats, on the other hand, I think it's a little bit up in the air. I think cats may know their name, but I think it's more or less just the tone of voice that they recognize. But I don't think they really know what their names. Cats don't even realize that people are not cats. Cats just think people are just really bad at being cats. We're just really stupid cats, basically. Isn't that right, Marco? I'm just a big dumb cat to you. Yes, I am.
I'm gonna go to the shop to get some more tobacco, basically. But I'll take the phone with me.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Adventure.
Yeah.
And that's the last time that we've ever heard of him.
Goodbye, Kaz.
Yo, my neighbour is so fucking racist. Once he was like having this massive, he was actually shouting at his kid for like doing something, like going out or like away from him, like when he didn't want him to go away from him, like something like that, like to his mother's house or something, and he was mad at it. But then he goes as well, like, I want to hang that nigger, and I'm like, I knew he was talking about me. Yeah. He's proper retarded as well. I'm not even black. Yeah, he says some of the most disgusting shit. Like, it's really awful. And like, I think he teaches it to his kid, but I'm not sure if his kid like is on board with it, or if he's got like brainwashed into it being like that. Yeah.
It really depends on their exposed, probably. Like, I have like a racist uncle, and my dad doesn't do the greatest job of like standing up against it. So I was exposed to racism a little bit, but I was exposed a little bit later in life, so I already realized that, like, people are just people.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have like awkward conversations where you're just like sitting in the back of a car, and then they're just like, them blacks and their guns, and then Hispanics with their knives, and I'm like, what the fuck? And, like, I'm pretty sure people don't have preference of weapons based on their race, but fair enough. I'm like, I like knives, and I'm white, and I'm like, guns are pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's almost like how that they almost view it as some kind of game like Skyrim, like orcs have access, or it's almost like that.
Yeah. If a person in Mexico spawns in with a shiv, and if you're black, you spawn in with a Glock.
Yeah.
If you're white, you just spawn in, like, I don't know. If you're in the South, with incestuous urges or something, I don't fucking know.
Spawn with what?
Incestuous urges.
Fuck, Jeez.
It's something that is also sad about the world is that anybody can teach their children like anything.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't seem like there's any rule about teaching one's children fucked up stuff.
That just reminds me, like, someone in the comments of a David Benatar video said something very funny. He said, like, I wish David Benatar was my dad. But if you think about it, like, you would want something like someone who's like quite like with it, quite intelligent, quite like rational to be a parent, right? But yeah, that's the thing. A lot of us just got like random like parents with all these like, I don't know. I can say for my parents, like, they had a lot of weird psychologies and shit. They've got a lot of weird psychologies going on, and like weird beliefs, like religion and all that shit.
Yeah, Richard Dawkins' kids are lucky, they got like one of the smartest people on the planet as their father,
Yeah.
But at the same time, no kid's lucky that's a biological parent. Well, no one's lucky in general, but like, no biological parent's lucky to have that parent as their parent. People who are adopted are lucky to have their parents if they're good parents, but when it comes down to it, anybody brought into the world, it's just like, yeah, they didn't need to be here unless, I mean, maybe in the future, if we ever go down the road of like genetically engineering things out of existence, it might be, some people might be like lucky, but even then, I don't think like, the best thing is to have parents. I don't think biological parents should be raising their own kids, just because it seems as you guys just said, like anybody can teach someone anything, and I don't think that's very cool. I'd rather have like the government like teach the kids like very specific ethical things to like like actually raising a generation of moral agents.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
There's no law against like parents getting their children fat either. You can get them fat and
Yeah, there's a lot of fat kids that are in America. Not gonna lie.
so it's clear like that the parents have no idea what they're really doing and
Yeah.
They cause a bunch of harm.
Yeah, I know. I had this one girl that I knew from high school. She's like, she's pretty cool. She's a pretty cool person to know. Like, but then one day she like got out of contact with her basically for a while, and then like she came back and got into contact with me and a few other people that I know. But she had become like a really like strict Muslim basically, just like randomly, and yeah, and also she was having well, her family was like doing all this fuck shit to her as well at the same time. I think it's because primarily, but I think just her family was shitty to her anyway. Because I remember once being in the car with her, and her mum was just like talking shit to her basically, and I don't know, man, and she didn't deserve all of that. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it's really unfortunate. Like, and I was talking to my other mate, and he was just like, "Oh, whatever," and I think he's like just very unaware that like a lot of us like have dealt with like abuse as children, like growing up from our own family, and it's really sad.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty fucked up, but I don't know why I'm fucked up. I haven't really experienced abuse, in my opinion. Maybe neglect potentially, but
Oh,
that'd be like unintentionally speaking, just because like work and all that jazz from my parents.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know why I'm so fucked up. I haven't really experienced abuse, but a lot of people have, and it's always on DL, and it messes people up for their whole lives.
Yeah,
A lot of people need therapy.
it
no,
seems like if one has as good life as one can have and as good as an upbringing as one can have, then that also messes one up because one less of a chance to become an anti-natalist or realize the harshness of suffering and the good things and but if one do experience the bad stuff too then if one does experience the bad stuff then that will also mess one up that one gets trauma.
mm. I mean, wasn't there a time when it was considered appropriate to like, hit your kids or something? Like, it was like a generational thing back in the day. It's just fucked up, man. It's fucked. Like even in The Simpsons, right? Like Homer Simpson is what gets Bart and like strangles him on the neck, like, and it's kind of like an in joke. But some people like nowadays are saying, "Yo, it's kind of fucked, man." Like that's even in The Simpsons. But yeah.
Honestly, yeah. What's your guys' opinion on like the whole idea of like censorship and like keeping violence out of media as much as possible and all that type of stuff? Like basically keeping things like PC culture.
Like keeping violence out of media.
Yeah, like basically just dumbing down everything and trying to keep everything like not having violent video games, not exposing people to violent.
That stuff. That stuff. Yes. Some could argue that I don't know if I have any interesting thoughts about that. I don't think I have any interesting thoughts on that.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Mm.
fair. Just because I mean, like, religion definitely has a lot to do with the fact that people are open to sadism slash, the violence of the world. And I was just wondering if you guys had any thoughts about like just the fact that people are exposed to like violent media so much in like America and different parts of the world. It's like people live in either violent situations or they're exposed to violence, and it just like it seems like honestly like I'm beginning to agree with that whole like article that was written about Minecraft way back in the day, where it's just like by a bunch of vegans, where they're just like we're exposing our kids to just like exploiting like animals and stuff during in video games and just like being able to willy nilly kill things. It's like sure it's a video game and it's different in real life. People can do that distinguishment, but it also at the same time I think kind of numbs people a little bit. It's just similar, like how like you hear so many like shootings on TV that like you get numb to that. It's very similar, I think, and like I think it's possible that that could be like a phenomenon. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't really play that many
Um,
violent video games as a kid, but I know a bunch of people that have, and they are complete like they don't give a shit, bro. But at the same time, no one gives a shit. So at the same time, it could just be me projecting an experience.
like I think all those. Some would argue that people are violent no matter what, but I don't think it. There must have been at least one of those shooters who saw some other shooters on the news and got inspired by that. It doesn't seem that too far fetched to think that some of the school shooters were inspired by other school shooters on the news.
Hmm.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
It's also a concern that like exposing people to that stuff will inspire other people to do bad things.
Mm.
I read this article about killers who were inspired by the TV series Dexter. I liked that TV series. That was a fun one.
Yeah. Pretty clever.
Yeah, some would try to emulate how Dexter would use like plastic to cover the traces of blood and to not leave evidence. And and some killers were caught with a bunch of plastic around them and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So that must be some evidence that that media can influence people to do violence.
Mm. But I think like the proportion of the audience that would like become shooter or something is just so small in terms of like a fraction that I don't know. It'd kind of be a bit weird to just like make it like ban it or something, or like tone it down for the sake of that. But just because like anyone could view anything like pretty much and just become like radicalized in some sort of way by it.
That's
That's
true.
why.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, just because like ethylism could be viewed in violent means as well.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson kept saying that to Bennett about anti-nihilism. Like, oh, someone could take this and make it, do some dangerous shit because of it. Yeah, I kept saying that.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think that Glenn was about it as well.
ethylism does imply promortalism, and promortalism does imply that death is not bad for the one who dies. It doesn't imply that we should kill people, but it does imply that death isn't bad when it does occur. So it doesn't imply it ought, but it does imply that, like, when death does happen, it's not bad for the one who dies. It still is
Right.
bad on the whole because like people panic from it and like all that jazz, but it
Yeah.
implies that like death is really bad just as because like as like Buddhists say we're not like being stoic about it, essentially.
Mm.
Um, then again, yeah, there's a lot of implications to negative utilitarianism, that are odd but technically true, like red button
Mm.
scenarios and stuff, like things like that.
Right. Do
Things
you know what
like
I think? Do you know what I think to that about death and not being bad and stuff? I think it matters on like how you go out. Like I think if the way you go out is bad and is like graphic enough, then it is something bad. Like if you get set on fire or something, or some shit like that. I think it is probably bad, but then afterwards, like when they're fully dead, I don't know. Maybe that's not bad. That state or whatever.
yeah, I think it's like it'd be better if they died in a different way. Like if they died
Mm.
instantly, like a heart attack or like just like a shotty to the head or whatever. Like they're just gone. That would be
Yeah,
like the best way, like heart attack in the sleep or whatever, like euthanasia. Like voluntary
yeah,
euthanasia, I basically think is like the best way for people to go. Something like the movie Silent Night, but actually working, where it's just like some death wave of like cyanide fog that just goes over the land. We're all just like, well, we breathe it in, and we're just like, bleh, and just die. That would be like the way that would I think it'd be like cash money to go, like something fast. But
yeah,
something where it's like getting lit on. I don't know what that was, but something like getting lit on fire. I mean, I think it'd be bad in the moment, but then the fact that you're dead is better than if you were going to live your whole life and like 1 in 3 people get cancer and 106 get in like a car accident and die from that. It's like
yeah,
as we were talking about earlier, there's so many horrible ways you can die that it's like almost like the amount of pain you're going to experience in that midway point plus added on like your death is probably worse than if you were being lit on fire. You know,
oh, shit.
if you accumulate it.
Yeah, and these are like common ways to go. A lot of these ways, and it's unacceptable to me. Like, I think to a lot of people, I get it. Um,
Like personally, I'd rather be lit on fire than end up being like some people on this planet. There's some people that are like go for like horrible shit, like cancer, like 1 in 3 people that go for like I'd rather get lit on fire and die within like 2 minutes than be a cancer patient like confined to a bed, literally having my internal organs like rot apart and be like torn apart by
yeah,
cancer cells. It's like, yeah, no bueno. That reminds me of the dude that died from radiation poisoning that we kept alive.
Oh,
That was wild. You ever hear about that guy?
God. No, I can just imagine. It's bad.
It was like this
Really
dude,
bad.
yeah, the dude that got radiation exposure, and then we just kept him alive for some fucking reason for like 90 something days, and he's literally just rotting apart because like his DNA structures are breaking down. It was like his whole body is just kind of like feeling like it was constantly being like lit on fire. And it was like for 90 days, just that. Imagine that, just feeling like your whole body's on fire just as it like breaks apart for like 90 days straight.
Fucking hell, man. Yeah, at that point, just put me out of my goddamn misery, man. Fucking hell, man. What are they doing, man?
It was a mix of like religion and scientific discovery, basically.
Oh my god, that is inhumane.
Religious people wanting to not die because they don't understand promortalism and all that, and they're just like, oh, this is trial of God or whatever. We ought to stay alive as long as we can for the family or whatever.
Yeah. Oh no. Can you see it? Wait. Oh, it's just the McDonald's. I was just saying the arch nemesis. It's there. Oh yeah. Do you think there's like a good reason why they don't do euthanasia for like folks?
No, I'm pro euthanasia. I don't think there's any justifiable reasons to not be pro euthanasia, especially for the terminally ill. But I think everybody should be allowed to, including the mentally ill, or
Thank
even
you.
non-mentally ill people who would just wish to exit. I think they should have the right to exit.
One
I mean,
sec, guys. I'm just buying stuff.
yeah, no
Um,
problem.
Can I just get 30 gram of B&H Blue tobacco? Thank you. Can I get a cherry coke as well, please? Cherry coke. Thank you. Small one, please. Cheers. Thanks, man. Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
There's also people saying like kids shouldn't be allowed to have like euthanasia.
Oh, kids should be allowed to.
Yeah, but I'm just saying some people are most. I'm just saying some people are saying that like I think kids should be allowed to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like in general, then I forgot which author. I think it was Saran said something about. It was either Saran or it was Schopenhauer. I forgot which one, but someone basically said something like all death that occurs essentially is a good thing, even if it's like for ill reason. Like essentially, like any tragedy is like tragic in itself, and we shouldn't like judge the level of tragedy from a subjective point of view of another person. Like say like say that because like life is objectively bad. Like say we might think it's silly that someone kills themselves because the boyfriend broke up with them or something like that, you know? And I mean, in general, like I think that's dumb. But we don't know how it's experienced down there, and that might have been like the only thing that kept them essentially going is the fact that their boyfriend loved them, and you know, once that person leaves their life, it's like essentially like the promortalism just sets in. It's just like, you know what, there is nothing to really stick around here for. So it's like I don't think there's any way to really distinguish who should and shouldn't have the right to die. So I think basically everybody should be able to get legal
Yeah.
euthanasia.
What do you think about competence? Like being able to like, you know, give a competent decision on your own behalf. Like next.
When it comes to competence, I basically think even if someone is like mentally handicapped or whatever, as a promortalist, it would be in their interest to die, even if they don't realize it
Hmm.
or realize it and they are mentally ill. It's
Yeah.
basically objectively in their interest for them to cease existence. So it kind of to me is like irrelevant if they're there and with it or not, because if they realize it or don't realize it, it's still in their interest to cease existence, basically. Like if they were objectively informed and rational, then they would want to cease existence, essentially.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Something
There's always
I want, i- something I also wanted to ask is I had this thought that comes up occasionally, and nobody they really know so much. Like babies or small children are suffering since we don't actually remember how it was like. Uh, I
yeah,
wonder how sometimes I wonder how bad it is for babies or small children.
oh man, yeah,
Like when I see like a small child like screaming, it looks like they are in pain, a
yeah,
lot of pain.
yeah. A lot of the times you can hear the parent though, if they're with them, be like, "Oh, stop being silly, come on," like, or something like that. And it's like, I don't know, it's just, yeah, I don't know.
I have a theory on maybe what contributes to the moods fluctuating. Their like brain are under a lot of development, and I guess there must be a lot of brain chemicals being released at various places, maybe more out of control than a regular person's brain chemicals, but that's
Hmm,
just something, a hypothesis, but it's probably like not true.
hmm, hmm. I think it's like the rawness of just knowing like things don't go your way. You can have these painful emotional states, or like, you know, your parents said you can't go to the whatever it is you want to go to that makes you happy, and then you just feel the badness of that, like, and you oh whatever, right? I don't know. It's just yeah, they express it more like kind of heart on your sleeve sort of way.
It wouldn't surprise me that like like an average child that cries about something like an amusement, not being allowed to go to an amusement park.
Yeah,
It wouldn't surprise me that the pain is like worse than how other people think it is.
yeah,
I believe it. I mean, I don't know if I don't. A lot of people have this sensation where it's like when you feel really sad, you get like a tightness in your chest. Do you all get that or no?
hmm. I think I
Yeah, I
might.
have that too.
It like kind of like hurts almost depending on how sad you are. If you're like really sad, it like almost like physically hurts to be sad. Like
Yeah,
so, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it quite literally like mentally hurts, like headache wise, and like emotional distress wise, but also like, quite literally like physically hurts like children to be saddened and distressed in the way that they are. So yeah, we don't really give enough credit to the really simple, basic denials of desires that we have denied children that essentially just like lead them to distressful situations.
hmm, hmm.
For all we know, the suffering of a baby could be the equivalent of the average suicidal person suffering.
Man.
Especially considering identity nihilism and its potential. I mean, you hear a lot of kids like when they're really angry and upset, they say like "I want to die" and stuff like that. So in those moments, they generally do see. I remember being like generally like I would have ceased existence in those moments and would have been happy. But so yeah, like I remember like as a kid, like generally being like upset about things and like in those moments, like being like purely angry and sad and just frustrated and wanting to just end my own life. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you're onto something, Seb. I'm not sure if it would be quite as severe as like those with like chemical imbalances, but for
Hmm.
those, it might be fairly similar. Just the levels of distress in like those short moments, just because they are completely like enraptured in whatever emotion they're feeling as a kid. Like when you see like a kid who's like really happy, like they seem like purely happy, and when they're upset, they're
Yeah,
like purely angry, and when they're
yeah,
like sad, they're just like bawling. So I wouldn't be surprised if like their emotions like are just like way more intense than adults are, just because we have like way more nuanced like views on things now.
yeah,
So it's hard to have like just a solid emotion just take control.
They, they have like a lack of understanding and awareness too. So, so when someone tells them they can't go to the like an amusement park, they are not too aware of the future and what they can do within the week
yeah,
too. And s- s- uh, and if they are not like the lack of awareness can work both ways. It can be a double-edged sword. With the lack of awareness, you can think they want. They may not have a lot of thoughts about mortality, but at the same time, they it's hard for them to put things into perspective. That that like if they can't go to them, that maybe they can have some kind of joy tomorrow or something. They can't anticipate that and like use that as some kind of coping mechanism.
That is interesting. That. Yeah, that makes sense. You know what you're saying. I think with being adults, though, there might be a little bit of like kind of because we've lived for so long, like we've learned to like brace for impact, kind of. So when these like disappointments happen to us, like we kind of just like I don't know, we try and like think about it in a way that makes it least painful to us. Like, but yeah, like we're kids and not used to that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, my friend Jamie was just talking to me yesterday about how like she was like, "How do you always like deal with issues like school and stuff without having any stress? Like, how do you just not care about the fact that you have like finals coming up and you have like a paper that you haven't even like looked at due in like 4 days?" So it's like, how do you deal with like all that stress and stuff? And it's just like I have the mindset of like it really do be like it's just like I can't stop what has and what's in store for me. It's just like I may as well just let it wash over me, and just not give a fuck. But
Yeah,
it took a long time to kind of get that mindset. I mean, not really. I've always kind of had somewhat of a whatever mindset, like, but like the same time, like is something that I kind of developed and honed in on, realizing that the whatever mindset is something that's good to have, and that like for the most part is a defense mechanism, and it's better. It's a good defense mechanism to have. Whatever. It's better than being angry about things, and it's better than being sad about things. In terms of like the effects on the self. Um,
yeah,
so it's something that you can develop and hone in on once you realize it's not. It's kind of toxic in the same way because like if other people are going through some things that are really sad, you kind of just sort of like whatever. But at the same time, you have to kind of realize cognitively that it's not whatever and that it still matters. So it's something that you have to be careful with. But at the same time, I do recommend people take on like a whatever it really do be that way mindset, and if it's something that I think develops with age and experience of just being like things are inevitable, you can't really change them.
yeah. Yeah. Do you ever like think about free will? Does it make you like feel more, I don't know, kind of like accepting of things, like knowing that it just was gonna be that way, like regardless.
Yeah, it also being aware of like free will and human psychology and sociology just in general makes me like kind of comforted and stoic about things. Like once you know that in general humans are pro-social and stuff and are just gonna do their like little human go to work, go to school, eat food, whatever, hang out with
Yeah,
family and friends. Like people don't really divert from the norm or the routines very much, unless they're extremely mentally ill, which are just like signs. So it's like, it's comforting knowing that people don't have free will, that we're all just kind of baked in with our hardline DNA and our
yeah,
environment. And as society goes on, we tackle poverty and tackle those things in the environment that lead to antisocial behaviors. And so, just from that alone, you realize that as society goes on, there's going to be less and less violence and more pro sociality. So it's just kind of like, yeah, I mean, it's comforting almost in a way to know there's no free will and that we're just kind of going on autopilot for the most part. Uh, just because it means that like you don't have to worry about things in certain environments. Like some environments you should be worried about. Like if you're in the ghetto, be aware that the autopilot in that zone is survival autopilot mode. And things are you have to be
yeah,
antisocial in those environments in order to survive. So it's
yeah,
like you should be on edge. But when you're outside of those environments, I know that prosociality is like kind of the thing. So it's like don't be on edge. There's no reason to be on edge. It just hurts yourself. And the more on edge you are, the more on edge other people will be. So
Yeah. You have to be aware of how people act like in social environments, and like what kind of what is saying too much and stuff like that, or what is saying like the wrong thing, or kind of like going against the grain too much, so to speak. So you kind of have to kind of like, if you're not like a normie, like you kind of just have to like play a role, kind of. But yeah, like you do know deep down, you're a bit you see things a bit different to the average person.
it's weird. Like I feel like I'm like different than a lot of people, but I feel like I'm like similar to a lot of people. Like I feel like I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like I'm not that different than a lot of people, yet at the same time I'm willing to like do activism and like walk around with a sign and stuff. And people aren't usually willing to do that. I'm willing to be very abrasive and like tell people what I think in classroom environments. Like even if I know people are gonna be like weirded out about it and think I'm a like schizo or some shit like that, or like just think I'm like psycho. Which, to be fair, they're not wrong about the psycho part. Schizo, probably wrong. Probably not have schizophrenia or anything, but me being a little American psycho, you're probably not wrong. But, hey, at least I'm not killing anybody. It's just keep it inside the mind. But yeah, when it comes down to it, it's like one of those things where it's like, I'm fairly pro-social, just like everybody else. Like I help people out. I want to help people out. I donate to charity. I go to work and stuff. I hang out with friends. I like to have fun with people. I like gaming. Like, I'm a pretty normal dude when it comes down to it. But at the same time, it's just like I'm an antinatalist. I have a bunch of philosophical thoughts. I'm constantly thinking. My brain's like an overdrive 24/7. I need to take medication just to slow my brain down, basically. And I have like homicidal ideation and stuff like that, slash really horrible brain. So it's just like one of those things where it's like, I wouldn't doubt other people have really fucked up brains more than I'd give them credit for, but at the same time, who really knows? What's the most fucked up thing you guys have ever like imagined? If you're comfortable saying that.
The most fucked up thing would be like something like in the future where the AIs can like punish people. I think that's the most fucked up thing I can imagine.
That's fairly benevolent. Respect. I respect that.
I'm so sorry. With me, it's just been like, do you know if someone's like talked shit to you or like done something to you, or like been kind of just, I don't know, they hate you for some reason and they're acting like a disadvantaged you in some way. just the thought of like really beating the shit out of someone, and like maybe like I don't know, like slamming their arm in like a car door, like you slamming the car door shut on someone's arm type thing, or stomping on someone's head, or just like probably that sort of stuff. But
Interesting.
yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Just because I'm curious. I'm just curious what the level of violent thoughts are in people's minds. So Seb has almost nothing besides like future benevolent things that are slightly fucked up.
Yeah, I have thought about like uppercutting people and stuff.
Hell yeah. He thinks about uppercutting people. The most you've thought about is like slamming someone's like arm in a door, which is pretty metal. Hell yeah. But like still like yeah. I mean my brain goes a lot worse than that. It's more like yeah, as I said, like I'm shitting people's heads off and like ripping people's eyes out and like stuff like that. Like my brain's fucked.
Yo.
But I know people that have had similar thoughts, so your face is just like, goddamn, homie.
Like some Mortal Kombat. Fucking face out.
Yeah. The person just says something mean, and it's just like my instincts are just to, like reach out and pull his eye out of his side, and I'm like, no, don't do that.
Run, chill, run, chill.
I know, right? It's just like telling my brain like constantly, just like, yo, homie, just like chill the fuck out. You don't need a Mortal Kombat a mofo.
That's like what chimps do. They go for the eyes and
Exactly. It's basically that's what it's like to be like a psychopath. It's basically just having like primal monkey animal instincts like activated in your brain. Like when I see someone that's like sad, I get like angry. Like it's weird. When you see people that's sad, you usually get sad too. For me, it's pretty 50-50. If I'm high, it's more likely I'll get sad with someone who's being sad. But if I'm sober and I see someone who's sad, I usually just get really annoyed. And if the reason that they're sad is something I disagree with, I usually get like actually like aggravated and angry. So it's like that's how antisocial personality or disorder like functions pretty much is like you have like reverse instincts. Like you respond to sadness with anger, you respond to fear with like excitement essentially. So like other people's fear makes you excited and kind of like predatory, and your own fear, like instead of like a fearful situation, you feel like adrenaline rushed and like hyper. So that's basically what it's like. It's just like reverse instincts and like very animalistic, like survival type of stuff. It's weird.
a lot of people would be puzzled that someone that's like an anti-social person would like to would like care about something like ethics and stuff, like even people with a lot of sympathy can't connect the dots and see that it's not good to have more people in this world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like sometimes it helps almost being antisocial in order to like view ethics, just because like once you realize that everybody else in the world thinks differently than you kind of have to like question your own line of thought and be like, maybe I'm not right about things, you know? And so that pushed me into like philosophy and ethics and psychedelics and like politics and just like exploring what's right and what's wrong and should be pursued. Because a lot of people just think that like, oh, I instinctually know what's right, it's just baked into me. Or just like God gave me knowledge of what's right and wrong. It's like clearly I was like, nah, bro, God couldn't have made me like this way, or if he did, he's really fucked up and stuff like that. So I've always had issues with morality, and I've always been like interested in exploring it. So like perhaps my mindset and like psychology is like almost a good thing but yeah, it's weird that like someone like me could even be interested in empathy and like cognitive empathy and all that, or like be aware of it. But
But then I feel like asking you what what exactly motivates you to like do ethics stuff?
a couple different things. Originally, it was just fear, like essentially, like I wanted to commit crimes, but I knew it was illegal to commit crimes. So I was like, I want to figure out reasons why I shouldn't commit crimes, given the fact that I want to, but everybody's saying it's wrong. So it was kind of like curiosity. And then it became, I met a girl named Shamira Jean Cherry Cooch, and she's was one of the most empathetic people on the planet that I've ever met, and she truly cared for humans, and including myself, and was basically very unjudgmental and encouraged me to like be myself, but also to like be a good person. And over time, after meeting her, and I met her when I was like a sophomore in high school, so like I was around like the age of 15. So by the time I was 18, I decided to do drugs when I was 18 for the first time. And I think doing drugs kind of opened up my mindset to things. And given that I met her and was exposed to like empathy and like compassion and someone that I generally admired for like who they were, I began to like kind of think that like maybe I should become someone more like them. And yeah, I started exploring ethics after I started doing psychedelics a few times, and started like thinking that maybe experience generates value, and like there's something about being alive that actually matters in life. Like there is something like when you're here, there is some value. Essentially, I began to realize that once I started using psychedelics. So I began to like chase like truth once that occurred. And I think, yeah, it was just a mix of meeting Shamira and falling in love, I guess, and caring about her pain more than I cared about my own pain. And, psychedelics basically making me realize that it's not just her pain that matters, it's everybody's pain. Other people are just as valuable as her and myself and all of that. And so it was just kind of a mix of coincidences that just kind of fell in line.
So
So love is a bitch, basically. Love plus psychedelic use.
so it's like when you do ethics, you're you're doing it for you're doing like something she would approve of or something. So even though you don't feel as much sympathy for the like people coming into existence or stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't really feel bad for people, really, when it comes down to it. I mean, I do nowadays a little bit more than I used to, now that I'm like so in depth into the philosophy. And after she died, I began to really feel and like understand that like every third person that comes into the world that's a woman is sexually assaulted, and every third person that comes into the world is like has cancer, and or some major disability or something of that nature. So it's like, now that she's dead, I began to actually nowadays I kind of feel other people's pain more often. But for the most part, yeah, I was just kind of doing it because I was like a, not quite a virtue ethicist. I wouldn't say I was like a virtue ethicist, but I was like trying to become virtuous. Like I was trying to imitate someone that I believed was someone who was a good person, and I was basically trying to imitate her in a way, trying to become a better person. And I mean, she's dead now, so now it's just I'm trying to become a better person the only way that I know, which is negative utility, and you know, just pursuing what I think is true. But but she was basically the best person that I've ever met in my life, and I think the reason I became who I am is modeling my life after her, basically. She was the reason I became vegan for sure. Like, you know, she pressured me to become vegan for a long time. And so that's the whole reason that I'm vegan now is because of her. That's for sure. Vegan.
I think it like um, as long as one does good, no matter what like the motivation is, I don't think the motivation really matters as long as one just does the good.
I agree.
Sorry, what was that last one?
That motivations or intentions don't really matter. It's just the consequences of the action that occur. So if someone does good, even if they're like doing it because they want to be in like the limelight or the spotlight or like get famous or something, it doesn't really matter what their intentions are, so long as they're actually doing good. Which I think is what's true. Like so long as you're doing good, that's what it counts basically. Similar speaking of like if you have good intentions but you end up like doing bad, which is what people do when they have children, I believe it's like a bad thing, but similarly speaking, if you have like intentions to do uh bad but it ends up doing something good, like say you like you're planning to rob a house, but then when you turns out once you're about to rob the house you chose to rob, there was about to be a homicide that was turning up there, so when you broke into the house they thought the police were coming in, and essentially you broke up a homicide from occurring. Well, you were intending to rob a house, which is bad, but you broke up a murder, which is good. So it's like, are you a good, did you do anything, did you do a good action? And I would say yes. Intentionalists would say no, you intended to do wrong, so that means you're a bad person still. But I would say that, like, no, even though you didn't intend to break up a murder, you were just intending to rob a house, you did a good action by breaking into that house because it coincidentally just happened to basically stop a murder from occurring or whatever, And I mean, assuming promotalism is not true, obviously, like in this case, but I mean,
Mm. So it's so one would think that being in some ways being antisocial also makes it like harder for one to come uh, to do ethic stuff such as be it's like being a one armed fighter in a way, but um, I know it's not like that. That's a bad analogy. It's just it makes it harder to come to conclusions like that. But when one comes to the conclusions, one can not be as easily worn down by the world's tragedies. So,
basically,
and one. But if I ever stepped on a Lego, it wouldn't. It,
Hmm.
no, never mind.
I know what you mean.
No, I was just going to ask you how would you feel if I stepped on a Lego?
I,
I,
yeah, I just know it's painful, man.
yeah, I would know it sucks. I wouldn't really feel anything physically or emotionally, but I'd be like, dang, bro, that blows. And I might find it a little funny that I said like, "Dang, bro, that blows" in a funny way, and I might think like, "Haha, I'm a, I'm a funny guy, lol." And then like that would be like the extent of my emotions essentially. But don't go stepping on a Lego to like prove my point. That would hurt. Not
On the next stream, I'll get some Legos and just That not, nah, I'm not going to do that.
I think I've got the opinion of that, like, some pains can be really just off the Richter scale, and when that happens, it's really like horrifying for like whoever it's happening to. So, and I'd say even like Benatar said, one of his reservations is that death. We might all be kidding ourselves about how bad death actually is. So, like, when he says that, I mean the ways of going out. So, a lot of ways can just be, yeah, unspeakably bad, basically. And I think when that happens, that's like a very serious event that's like happened to someone, like a seriously bad event, basically.
I mean, I agree. There are certain deaths. I mean, death is always going to be good for the one who dies, but the process of dying is sometimes so bad that, like, it is worth grieving over certain deaths because of the way they died.
Mm.
And especially because of, like, the reasons people die. Like, my friend Shamira, like, she took her own life. She didn't die from, like, natural causes, So it's like, and she didn't take her own life because she was like a pro mortalist. She took her own life because, like, she was like had a lot of hardships in her life, essentially that weren't worth her enduring. So there's certain deaths that I think are worth mourning because of the reason that they occurred or like how they occurred. Because, like, yes, you said the intensity. So, like, the intensity of pain throughout one's life or the intensity of pain during one's death do call for mourning, I think, in some cases.
Mm.
But I think it's also still should be kept in mind that death is still better than life. So that, like, there's like a win lose, or a lose win, I guess. Yeah, it's a lose win. It's like there's like the huge loss of like the pain they experience, but then there's like the win that like they're at least they're no longer suffering. So.
Yeah.
One thing about uh, one thing about the world that that makes it less bad is that, like, once the pain is over, it's like it's almost like for that individual, it's like it never happened
Yeah.
once it's over.
Like it's not registered. They're not registering pain anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the memories have gone as well. Yeah, what annoys me so much about not allowing euthanasia is like some of these painless ways to go are literally just like falling into like a dreamless sleep. Right. And then you compare that with what people have to endure in a in a natural death. And it's just like it's such a waste, man. It's such a preventable like suffering. Um but then it goes on to so many people for so many people.
It's caused by fear of two different things, I think. Like, there's religious fear, which is that there's hell and that you go to hell when you commit suicide, essentially. Um, I think that's one fear. The other fear, I think, which has been more malicious because it's not even concerned with the other person's suffering, is the fear that, like, if we allow suicide to occur legally, then a bunch of people will want to exit, essentially. That, like, a bunch of people will, like, want to kill themselves, which I don't think is wrong. Like, if like there was legal euthanasia, I would be tempted to take up the offer. At least I would probably be tempted to within the next couple of years. But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, yeah, I mean, what do you think is the reason that like people fight against euthanasia so hard?
Mm. Well, I think just there's a lot of, I don't even know. I was going to say propaganda, but I don't even know how the propaganda can really make sense to someone. Um, so, like I was saying to a person, like, "Oh, we should have euthanasia." Like, what I said, "What if you got cancer and euthanasia is an opposite?" No, I'd battle through the cancer, man. Like, but it's just such a, I don't know. Like, fair enough if you want to do that, but first of all, you shouldn't be so like confident that you're gonna be able to endure it, like, and tolerate it, and that it's not gonna be completely intolerable. But I don't know. It's people are running on a program. You got to remember, people will accept the justifications for how the world's set up. They'll just be like, yeah, yeah, no, that's why it's like that. Yeah, it's got to be like this. Like, mm,
I think a lot of people are against euthanasia because whenever they think of death or someone dying, it feels very bad off for them. It feels like something that shouldn't have happened, and
yeah,
on top of that, they also think that life should be extended and that living is a good thing.
yeah, yeah,
I think it's those two things. But I wouldn't. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's the the fear of death. It could be the fear of death too.
yeah, yeah. I think that's a legitimate thing to say. Um, yeah, we're very averse to death. Like,
So when someone dies, or it's not like they go into a neutral state. It's no one. Well,
yeah,
it's there's no one to experience a neutral state, but 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 it's then it's at least some neutral stuff. But the a lot of people's lives, except for this suffering. A lot of people's lives are very neutral except for the suffering. They don't experience this huge amounts of pressure. It's very slight
yeah,
pressure. You
mm,
know.
yeah. I think that's
So,
what I got.
what I was going to say was that death is like doing something really neutral, like waiting for something or minus the pain.
Mm.
We've been going for 4 hours and 31
Yeah,
minutes.
what time's it here? It's like 3:15 here in the morning.
Yeah, I guess any final questions or thoughts or anything we should talk about? Otherwise, I might close up the stream here in a minute or two.
Yeah.
So if I come up with something, how will the stream be extended for? a couple of minutes or liters, and regardless of what I come up with.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'll keep it going for a couple minutes here, and if you come up with anything, I'll let it go for till the conversation dies out.
Yeah, I'll come up with. Yeah, I'll come up with something. I thought about something that, like, when most anti-natalists do activism, it seems like they are doing some kind of sacrifice, or for anyone that does activism, it seems like for them it's a sacrifice.
Hmm.
Or for some they wouldn't be able to do it any other way, since for some the inaction of doing something would be painful. Um, but do you think that people are worn out by doing activism if they should take a small break every once in a while? The reason I'm asking is that if someone is taking a small break, then that habit of not of inaction could lead to like bigger inactions over time, and eventually it could lead to them doing nothing for a month, and the month get turned into a year, something like that.
Yeah, I think. Hmm. If you're someone who needs a habit and you need to take a strong regimen or like have this strong schedule, then maybe don't break that up and like try to do activism as much as you can. But other than that, I think yeah, if you need to take a break, I'd rather an antinatalist or epilist take a break from their activism than go on a meltdown and then get themselves hospitalized and or kill themselves, because then they can't do any activism because they're dead. So I'd rather someone take a break for a month, 2 months, even a year, and then get back to it. I mean, they can always do like lesser versions of activism where it's like, if they can't go outside and with a sign, or they can't, live stream anymore because it's too much pressure, they can always just like walk around with like a shirt on that says like stop having kids, or like you join the vasectomy club, or, something very like easy where it's like passive, something like that. And even if they can't do that, I mean, just taking a break is better than being dead, just because there's like so few antinatalists and so few ethilists and so few vegans that like anybody who's willing to do activism to some extent or another is very, very valuable. So it's like if they need to take a break, I'd rather them take a break than there be no one there whatsoever.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But they should definitely consider, like, if they are taking a break, like being mindful of the fact that they are not reducing suffering during those times, is at least not to the extent that they should be, and that they are generating suffering both for themselves and other beings and the resources they consume. So, they should be mindful of it during those times, that like, they have to be trying not to be like depressed and like eating ice cream or like whatever, depressed and just like being like, I'm just gonna gorge myself on like some vegan products that or whatever. Because even the vegan products have like some animal deaths that will occur in the process of the fields and stuff like that, which isn't too much of a bad thing. but like it is still like going to be like some level of like suffering that occurs due to vegan lifestyles. So it's like, just the fact that we're alive will cause suffering. So it's like we ought to be aware of that and taking that into account and try to be like, but that also might lead to more depression. So it's like maybe not. Who knows? It's a complex question now to think about it. Uh, what you should do. Because you don't want to put it out of your mind too much. Because as you said, if you put it out of your mind too much, you might just develop lazy habits, and no one want being a sloth ain't good. But yeah, you don't want to feel lazy and you don't want to feel like you're taking a break and then you start guilt tripping yourself. Then as you guilt trip yourself, you're like basically causing mental stress even though you're taking a physical break. So it's just as bad as if you were like, still like on the street, like walking every day, dealing with people's bullshit. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
I also think that if one guilt trips oneself, then it could be less likely for someone to do activism if they guilt trip themselves. Then the more activism they do, the more they can expect to be guilt tripped if they don't do it or something. Maybe I'm not sure.
Sometimes what makes me get a bit down about it is because I think we're up against some very strong like biological urges and like also like psychologies like pro life psychologies basically. Like pro natalist psychologies as well. Um and I know like some of the joys people have are really like good and like some of the meaning like that people have is pretty deep to them and all this stuff, going on. So it's just very, yeah, some people it's going to be very hard to get through to.
Yeah, it's a bit disparaging, but I mean, I talked to someone not too long ago that I knew, like back when I went to church a while back,
Hmm.
and yeah, straight up, she believes like there's like babies knocking on the doors, gates to earth, being like, let us in, we want to be born." So yeah, there's people like that have like that crazy Latter Day Saints Mormonism mindset where it's like people want to be born, like become gods and all that type of stuff, and yeah,
Hmm.
it's wild. I
Uh,
don't know how you convince those people.
yeah, I was talking to this Italian girl and she said, I believe that when someone gets born, like they come in from another life, basically. They've died in another life and they're getting born again, like in this life. And then we discussed even like when someone gets born with like a congenital abnormality, she says, "Oh, I think that's like karma from like a previous life, previous incarnation." And she's a very pretty girl and very like clever and stuff. But yeah, just people do have these ideas about life, man. And it's understandable where some of it comes from. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
karma thing is the range. So if one, what if one is born in, what if one is born into this brain that has the inclination of doing very unethical things, and then wouldn't that add to that would just add even more negative karma.
Yeah.
So the karma thing is very unfair.
Mm, mm. It's very it's a bit it's a bit cruel to see it that way, isn't it? Like, it's just very like just someone. Nah, no, no one did something like to be punished or some shit. Like, but she was like saying we should look after them anyway. She wasn't saying we should be like, oh, he was a dick. So like, but nah, just yeah. I know what you're saying.
Even if there was this one person that enslaved all of humanity and forced them to walk on glass, or just even if there was someone like that, the ultimate evil person, they don't deserve even a pinprick.
Wow.
I agree. And I used to be like that. I straight up was evil as fuck back in high school, man. Like I would have tortured every single person on the planet individually just to watch them scream.
So,
Yeah.
something I noticed too was that the Christian activism we did about the thing where he didn't want people to go to hell and stuff.
Yeah, I was an interesting fucker back in the day. I was a complete sadist, but I at least understood that. Well, I guess my sadism towards the physical people on Earth ramped up once uh, I was always sadistic. Now I think about it, but like, I mean, to be fair, I mean, like my ideas towards uh wanting all people on Earth to be in torment, that was after I guess I stopped believing in uh like hell and all that stuff. And I was just like, wait a minute, people are fucking dickheads. And it's not because of the devil. It's because people are just dicks. And then I was like, no, I hate people. But and became very misanthropic. But for a while there, yeah, I wanted people to avoid hellfire for weird sadistic but also benevolent reasons at the same time. Isn't that right, Marco? She just fucking bites my arm.
Cute. Oh.
Yeah, I think I might. Yeah, I think me and perhaps a lot of the viewers get this impression that you are this, or that you are this sympathetic person, but even though it's like an illusion. But either way, what they're doing is really cool, and it's good stuff regardless. And
Yeah, I think nowadays I have like a level of sympathy that is natural to me,
no, okay.
but
Sorry
it's
for misunderstanding that.
I mean it's still like it's mostly cognitive empathy. I have some effective empathy these days, but it took a long time to develop. For like a majority of my life, I didn't have any effective empathy. I just only had cognitive empathy, which means like I was aware of other people's suffering and understood it, but I didn't really feel other people's suffering. But nowadays, I feel like I can kind of feel other people's suffering a little bit, just not like to the extent that other people can, you know?
Oh yeah. It's kind of late on here. I think I said that thing before, but it's late here and it's a little harder to pay attention when it's late. So, and I think I should go and get some sleep.
Yeah,
I
man.
gotcha.
Ditto.
Yeah, I'll end the broadcast. It was nice
Good
having y'all.
night and bye bye.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool chatting to you guys. Yeah. All right. Peace.
Take care, Cass. Well, I'm gonna end the broadcast. Any questions from the audience? If there's anybody actually watching in the audience, we have one person watching on YouTube. We have one person potentially on Twitch. Okay, going once. Going twice. Sold to the end broadcast button. Good night, everybody.